welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, angels and demons and monsters and serpents. This is Brothers of the Serpent podcast, live with Uncharted X, coming to you totally live on YouTube. Yeah, we got Ben joining us. We are here in the 10x10x10 Tangent Cube of Science, where we are surrounded by the dusty bones of an ancient seabed high atop the Edward Plateau. Ben is in an undisclosed location. Very secret.
It's the same undisclosed location I'm always at.
Yeah, somewhere on the East Coast, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we are here to talk about our trip to Turkey, to Göbekli Tepe, to Karahan Tepe, to Sogmatar, to many of these ancient sites. If you guys have seen our previous shows, Kyle and I have discussed this several times on previous episodes, but we haven't talked about it with Ben, and of course he was there with the trip. He left, came back.
Yeah, I guess we can tell that story.
Yeah, you should tell that story because that was amazing. I mean, it shows the dedication.
Well, yeah, actually, I'll pan a little bit this way. There it is. Look at that. Actually, got to thank your dad, Kyle. You actually, both you guys, you're the same dad for the flag. That's cool.
Oh, nice.
Appreciate it. He beat you to it. You said you wanted to buy me the flag first, but I think your dad beat you to it.
Good. That's great.
Yeah, it was a fun trip, man. I'd always wanted to get to Turkey. Like it's one of those places. Ever since it started to make the news in a big way with Göbekli Tepe, obviously being the big clanger that lands into, I guess, the standard model of history as we know it. So it was always on my list of like, we've got to get there, and took a few years, but we made it happen.
We did.
It was a good time. Yeah, thanks for coming with me. I mean, I love traveling with you guys. We do. It seems like the key. A good way to do it, I guess. It always seems like a good time with the music and just, both of our audiences, I suppose, click quite well together, I think.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, it was fun, man. I don't know. So for people that don't know, we were in Turkey, April? Most of April, or a couple of weeks in April.
Yep.
We ran a couple of one-week trips, and I had an issue when I was there. Unfortunately, it's like 2 one-week tours. We get a couple of days off in the middle. And I'm for people that don't know, I live in the US. I'm Australian. I've been here for 17 years now. So finally, I'd started going through citizenship process. A couple of years back. It's gotten to the point where it's just like you file your paperwork and you just wait. It's like 15 months until they hear from you. And then when you hear from them, it's like, hey, your interview's in 2 weeks. It's you put your paperwork in, then you have to go to an interview, which is like turn up at USCIS, answer a couple of questions, and then assuming you pass the basic test, you all right, go and do your ceremony. So the first time I got a notification from them is like 22, and it was just, and I had 2 weeks out, and I'm like, damn this, I'm going to be in Egypt. We were actually on our Egypt trip, so I sent a reschedule notice to them. And you get to reschedule it once, right? So they're like, okay, and you're basically back to the end of the queue again with your immigration sort of status.
So they wanted you to come in November when we were on the big.
It was October. It was the
October one.
Yeah,
okay.
It was the one I was there with Yusuf on his tour.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh well, I travel. Maybe I travel 2 months out of the year. Call it that. So that's a 1 in 6 chance. So I'm like, all right, I've rolled a 1. That's fine. And about the same schedule, I think, for 2023. But you go to the back of the list, and I think it was like the end of March, literally 2 or 3 days before I had to leave for Turkey, and I get the next note because you wait 6 months, and they're like, well, you're finally at the top again. All right, we want the interview, and they scheduled it for April 12th, and I'm like, snake eyes. I rolled 2 ones, like I hit the 1 out of 6 both times.
Yeah.
I was like, damn it, and so I called them, and I was like, I was like a tour. I'm leading a tour. We're doing this thing in Turkey. Like, yeah, we'll file the application. And sure enough, the first week while we were on tour, I got the letter, and it says, we have denied your request to reschedule your interview. So you need to turn up in Sacramento at 7 in the morning on April 12th. And this isn't the kind of meeting you kind of want to, no-show to, I suppose.
Right. Nope. And it's like, what, 15 minutes?
Yeah, the meeting was 15 minutes. It literally, that's all it is. They ask, it's 10 questions from the basic civics and history for the states, and then they prove you can read and write English, take your photo, away you go. And
I can't believe you passed the English test.
I know. I couldn't believe I passed the handwriting test. You have to write this thing. My handwriting's atrocious. So, but apparently this
Fit right in.
Nice lady could read it. I was like, all right, that looks like letters and words. I'm not sure. But yeah, anyway, so I had to fly back. It's the second week, so I basically left. One night I flew in. I think I got back to my home at like 10 p.m. Up at 5, made the meeting at 7. I think had to wait around to about 8, and then drove back to San Francisco. I was back on a plane by 1:30 back to Turkey. So that was a hiccup. Didn't one-time event, I hope. But yeah, holy crap,
a nightmare.
racked up some miles.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was glad to be there. I was very apologetic to the people that were on the second week of that trip because I'm like, sorry guys, I've got to like skip out for what essentially is 3 days, and 80% of that's on a plane. But
yeah, and just so you know, folks, we're all in the hotel in Shanlurfa. The day was over. We're drinking beers, partying. It's in the evening. Ben rolls up, having just done all that flying and traveling, and sits down and drinks beer with us and like parties for a little while before he passes out. I was like, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I needed something at the end of that. Holy crap.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was, it was horrible. But despite that, wonderful trip. I mean, I just, I think we nailed the time of year. Like, if you look at satellite pictures of that region, where we went was southeastern Turkey. It's, it's if you want to put it on the old map, northern Mesopotamia, more or less, right? It's the Fertile Crescent kind of area, I guess, or the north end of Mesopotamia on the Euphrates. I think we're a fair way from the Tigris. I don't know, but we did visit the Euphrates at one point, and in ancient times, this was part of the Silk Road area. The city was Shanliurfa. I know a lot of your listeners probably heard a lot of this, but quite close to the Syrian border. In fact, I think at one point on some of the trips we were within 10 miles or so of the Syrian border. But beautiful. Like if you look at satellite images of it, it's always this brown color. Like it looks just desolate. But when we were there, because they obviously had a lot of rain, and Shanliurfa in that region is almost like someone didn't want us to go there because they had the earthquakes, which was really like a devastating event. Really knocked around that region, and Shanliurfa's right in the middle. They had some buildings fall down. The guys we were working with had lost homes, and they're out helping in villages, and tremendous casualties, and it was really unfortunate. But then to follow that up as like another punch to a downed opponent, I guess they had a flood. They had this tremendous amount of rain, and then it flooded, and a bunch of people died in Shanliurfa. And I remember Ramazan picked me up in the car, and we're driving to the hotel from the airport, and he says, I was kind of half expecting like a meteor strike to hit the city or something, just to round it out. But
volcano meteors are next.
Volcano meteors, something like that. It was tough, but it was good to go there and get to see it and sort of inject a bit of commerce, I guess, back into the economy, keep the industry rolling. They're very focused on tourism in that region, but I think due to the rain and due to the time of year, it was green. It was such a beautiful place.
Oh my god! Yeah, and we definitely boosted the beer industry.
We did
during Ramadan.
Yeah, that was the one. I mean, Ramadan moves, right? I think it's a lunar thing, the month of fasting for Islam, and we did this trip in the middle of Ramadan. So every place that does sell alcohol, there's plenty of places that do. It's not it's not all of one faith. Like Shanliurfa is the biblical Edessa. It's that whole city. It's a holy city. It's one of the. It's important for Christianity, for Islam, for the Jewish faith. It's the birthplace of Abraham and all of these prophets. It's right, and it's basically biblical central. Yeah. It was interesting, but yeah, we eventually found, of course, we're a bunch of Americans, Australians, Europeans that are essentially like, all right, we're on holiday. We need some beer, and
lots of it.
Lots of it. And we found the one place in that whole city that was open and selling it. It's not like a big Bevmo, big store. It's literally like a 7-Eleven that had a fridge full of beer and some wine on the back shelf. And we're like, just all of it, please, and then we'll take it back.
Order more of that wine. Yeah. We'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Yes. Yeah, we boosted those guys' morale. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And it was, we've discussed this before, but because of the destruction of the the earthquakes and the floods, the museums were closed, which was disappointing. I know that the museums have, what did they tell us? They moved 30
I thought it was like 60,000.
Yeah, they had to move them out of there, so they've got a lot of artifacts, and these tell like much more of the story of these sites that we're interested in. Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe. There's statues, there's carvings, there's all the grinding tools, probably lots of the flint stuff that they've been finding.
It belongs in a museum.
Look, it does. and the museums were full of water. So
Yeah.
we didn't get to go see that stuff. Hopefully, we'll get to go back again and see it because I do think that that's it. When you go to those sites, it's like they're incredibly mysterious and amazing, but you can tell that there's just a lot we're missing, and I think that seeing the artifacts that they found in association with them is going to help fill out the story.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's basically a guaranteed we got to go back. I mean, that's just the end. It's essentially they take all the good stuff that's on the sites and they put it in the museum. And from accounts that I'd heard from people, Hugh Newman and guys that go there fairly regularly, like that museum was it's a fantastic museum apparently. And yeah, it was unfortunate we didn't get to see any of that. And yeah, I mean, to me, it's just like, well, I'm gonna have to go back, and once they get it properly cleaned up and put back in place, I'm definitely interested in going back. Plus, it's just, yeah, I mean, it's like sites in Egypt. You go back, and it's like you go the first time, you take a bunch of photos and videos, you look around, and then you think about it for a year or whatever. You look at your photos and you research these things, and it's like, wow, there's a dozen different aspects of it that I want to go back and look at more closely. That iterative process of trying to learn more on these sites. So for sure, yeah, I'd love to get back.
You know, when you accidentally record every video in 1080p,
professional move.
Like I did, yeah, like I did last time in Egypt
Totally
at 720. I did it. It was extremely professional. Yeah. This time I got very high quality video, but
But
I did.
Kyle's got to catch up. Yeah.
yeah, Kyle's full of pro moves in
That
Turkey.
was totally professional.
We all
I did it on purpose.
we all pulled some pro moves in Turkey. I mean, one day I didn't have an SD card for my drone. I think I left one of my cameras in the car one day. And it's just, I had a bunch of just what am I doing?
Yeah.
Moments.
You had an excuse.
I was tired. Yeah, there was definitely some moment of fatigue.
Yep.
Just from being in the air. Yeah.
Okay, we can see a couple of questions in the chat. So we weren't saying that Göbekli Tepe was the birthplace of Abraham. We're saying that the area of Şanlıurfa, the city in there, that's one of the possible birthplaces.
I need to catch up with chat. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs too, dude, and the 5 gifted subs on the Uncharted X memberships on YouTube, dude. You guys are very generous. Thank you.
We also got a donation from Vipercrest. Thank you so much. It says beer and what is that? Money for great shows. Love from Norway. Appreciate that.
$45.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I will try and keep up with chat as best I can as well.
Yeah, we're trying.
And I'll come back, and at the end maybe I'll hit up chat a bit when we're done. But yeah, the biblical Odessa. It's just an interesting site.
Yeah.
It's just from a literally a biblical perspective. Like, Abraham, who's the Old Testament. Obviously, this is part of the books that are shared between all sort of 3 faiths of the book. And there's stories in the Quran that relate specifically to, him being there. There's a cave where I think he went in as a baby and came out as a 14-year-old after 6 months or something.
Yep.
That literal cave is there. It's attached to it's like next to a mosque that you go into. We had a look at that. And there's also a story about him being the whole Fish Lake region where we're literally staying right on top of it, where he was supposedly burned, or they tried to burn him. And when the flames touched him, his body, the flames turned to water, and then the wood turned to fish, and hence this is this lake is like this holy place. But it's a really cool city. I enjoyed it. The food was excellent. It's very different to Egypt. That's what I wasn't sure what to expect, but from that perspective, it was great. And then of course the sites, right? I mean, just getting to see these sites: Karahan Tepe, Sogmatar, Nemrut, Göbekli Tepe, fantastic. So.
I made a typical stupid tourist move right with the fish lake too when we first got there. I wasn't paying enough attention to the fact that it was sacred and the fish were sacred.
Yeah, I remember this.
And I saw all the fish and I'm like, hey, it's like we can catch some dinner here. And Ramadan looks at me, he's like, it would be the last thing you do.
It would be the last dinner you ever have, I think is what he said. It'd be the last dinner you ever have.
Whoops.
I thought he meant is something wrong with the fish in here or something?
Right, yeah, something wrong with the water, the fish. No.
No, the people won't get upset. You start
Turn back the logs and fire after you eat it.
That's what it is.
Start fly fishing in the sacred lake. I mean, it's teeming with fish too. It's like they're literally used to being fed. You go and pay a couple of a few bucks, a couple of whatever the local currency's called, I can't remember, and then you just throw. These fish just are accustomed to being fed. It's a big
lira.
Turkish lira. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, and
you pay a tiny bit amount, and they give you a little dish of fish food, and you go and people are feeding them, and they're just they're enormous, and there's thousands and thousands of them. It's really cool.
This guy's saying was the birthplace of Abraham. Well, Abraham had a lot to do with the biblical Edessa, I guess. I don't know if was Edessa or had a relationship, but there's a lot going on with Abraham.
Right, that's what I'm saying. There's multiple different, it's one of the places he's associated with. They say he was born there, but there are other places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moses' father-in-law. There's all sorts of different stories, and it's spread across the 3 different faiths. It was interesting because we got a bit of background on these places. Obviously, they're interested kind of looking at the architecture, the stonework, which we'll get into and take a closer look at. But the biblical aspect of it was interesting, just from a historical perspective. Then, of course, it's it turns out that area goes back way further, and
absolutely.
And
it says the cave where the prophet Abraham is believed to have been born in Shenlurfa.
Okay. Yeah, I think it literally means holy city. Like it's. I think that's something like that. It was like a translation of the name.
He spent about 10 years of his life as protection against the cruel king Nimrod, who ordered all newborn children killed in the name of Abraham's birth. Yeah, Nimrod. Nimrut.
Nimrut. Yeah. Well, Nimrut. So yeah, we'll get to Nimrut, but
yeah, it was cool because Ramazan told us that Nimrut is what the people called any king who was a bad king. Yeah. So Nimrod, the biblical Nimrod, is a Nimrut. That is a title, not a name.
Is that? Yeah. Is that not also the dedication? Like the Shenlurfa Castle was dedicated to that name as well. I seem to recall that on the.
Oh, maybe it was
a Nimrod name for the castle. There's this giant 2,000-year-old castle that's built on top of like a 10,000-12,000-year-old mound site.
Yes, that's right.
There's literally like a Mesolithic or Neolithic mound with caves and caverns that's on this hill in this city, and then they built a giant big castle around it 2,000 years ago, and it's been renovated and attacked. There's a huge moat around it. It's a pretty cool castle. Again, we couldn't get in. Couldn't get into it.
Pictures?
I can pull up some pictures of it. Yeah.
Castle area, yeah, because that would be cool.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. Let me just share my screen.
The castle was amazing, right in the middle, like right in downtown Shenlurfa, and it just kind of dominates the
find it
area.
I didn't prepare this, but I know we can. We've got Shenlurfa Castle, Fish Lake. Yeah, I mean this was early morning. You guys can see this, all right? Let me go.
We're impressed with your organization too.
Oh yeah, you'll figure it out. You start collecting a lot of media. You need to do something. It's crazy.
What, you don't just throw them all in the same folder without renaming anything?
That's the problem. But yeah, let me move you guys over. Let me see. Okay, we'll just flip through some of these. But they had there's the bazaar. It's literally like, it's just a cool experience being in the city because there's this giant bazaar that is this labyrinthian thing that we walk through, and it's just full of like spice shops, food shops, metal workers, tin workers.
It's like blacksmiths doing work on
literally, forges running. Guys are hammering on stuff. There's woodworkers, knife shops. I mean, just all sorts of stuff all throughout this, and you can get lost in here. We figured out the key eventually. It's like, I think uphill is in and then downhill is out. If you follow the drain,
right, you
can eventually find your way out. But it's truly this labyrinth that we see in there. But this is like the central mosque area. That the cave we talked about is just over here to the left. There's some earthquake damage on these minarets. That's one of the things we noticed, that they were actually in the process of fixing some of these. But there's a bunch of these minarets in these places that had been damaged during the earthquake. And then this is essentially the whole Fish Lake region. Just the area is just beautiful. It's like a park with cats and just all sorts of. And here's
Kitty Park.
Kitty Park. There's the fish in the Fish Lake. This is the castle up on the hill. You can see it okay here. Let me.
Fish Lake and Cat Garden.
Yes.
Fish Lake, Cat Garden, little cafe down the bottom here with the Turkish coffee. It's a pleasant place to visit. I'd recommend it. It's a good experience. The food's excellent. Like, as a tourist spot, it is. Guys, thank you so much for the super chats. Went to Shenlurfa last year, blew your mind, excellent. And Vipercrest for the NOK 500, dude. Thank you so much.
Hey, cool. Vipercrest donated to both of us. Thanks, buddy.
Nice.
Appreciate
it. Yeah, let me show you some better pictures.
Those are the pillars of what did they say those were? That's also, those pillars are associated with legends.
These two,
Yeah.
they look almost Roman to me. They look Corinthian or something.
Yeah, but when we were walking around there, Ramazan, and they were telling us the story of being, what was he? He was thrown up to the pillars. I can't remember exactly what the myth was. But yeah.
I heard that story. Yeah, but this, I mean, the tops of them remind me a lot of the Roman tops.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell they're bricks. So.
Yeah. So this is kind of the view. This is some nice pictures. So this is the view up on the castle hill, sort of looking back at the city.
Yeah.
In fact, there's you can see the I think this was, I don't know if this was a museum or this might have been something, but sort of on the right here, there's these are all these necropolis, these burials from people for the last couple thousand years, caves and things. And as we walk up and around the castle, it's got this giant moat that's been excavated out of it, and this is kind of the typical stone that makes up this entire region, this limestone bedrock that's just everywhere. And there's rust.
I got a problem with that guy in that photo.
You got a problem with him? Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the Guinness Book of World Records for the most Ivans that ever got together. Isles just tried it and they lost.
That's right.
His name is
Ivan still stands supreme.
It's a good friend of mine. That is Ivan. Yeah. But yeah, there's Russ standing next to like this castle, which is it's impressive work. I mean, again, 2,000 years old, built on top of a Neolithic mound that's been here forever. And as we'll see as we go around the corner, something that I think we both noticed, just driving around this type of landscape, like a lot of it's bare rock with a bit of grass maybe, but it's just caves everywhere, like man-made caves, absolutely everywhere.
Rock cut holes in the hills. And what I'm looking at right there, I went over there because those blocks that are sticking out are much older than the ones that are around it. Like you can tell the difference.
Yeah.
So like this, just like so many other ancient sites, this castle has been built and rebuilt. And like Ben said, it's been found now. They're doing archaeology on the inside. It's been found now to be sitting on a mound site that's very old. So those blocks are older than the ones next to it. They're much more ancient. So they would rebuild it and reuse what they could.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that theme of renovation. Every time you look at these sites, I mean, that's what happens. I mean, it's and Ramazan did a good job of explaining that because it becomes pretty clear on some of these sites too. It's like some of it literally start as like Neolithic caves and rock cut caverns, and then people build a structure on top of that, and they start to use it. Do they use it as a basement, or then it's just things build up over time, and maybe that becomes a center, and then it becomes this bigger thing, like maybe a castle or something, because it's got commanding views of the area or whatever the reason for it is. But it's just renovation and reuse. I love the theme because I personally think this happens in Egypt and certainly South America, Peru, with the Inca reusing stuff. And this is what you're talking about, right? These blocks here are clearly older.
Yeah.
And then they've been incorporated.
More weathered. They're not dressed the same.
Yep. Different stone.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. It has that patina, which we'll see at Karahan Tepe. This is that exposed patina of the top of the blocks.
These remind me of the blocks that we saw at Sagmatar. Some of the temples are made of them, which could be up to 6,000 years old. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll just skip through a few of these to get round to the back here. But this giant moat too. So the moat's bigger than it appears in this in this image.
What an undertaking to dig that into the stone.
Straight out of the stone.
Yeah.
And you kind of go around to the high side on the back here, and then this is the necropolis. This is where these are literally burials for, they're thousands of years old.
Yeah.
And there's still there's literally like an Indiana Jones in one of them, like a wheeled stone door, or it's maybe biblical kind of stone door that you roll into place. And there's boxes cut into the rock in this area. We did get in and have a look at some of this stuff.
It's really interesting to see those stone doors because you realize there's no way to get that stone out
of the
socket. They actually cut it out of the doorway
and then
formed it into the door while it's in its socket. You can't actually get it out of there.
I'm glad you figured that out, because I was looking at it going, I don't know how they got this in here, because you can't get it out. You just this is a one-shot deal. Don't screw it up, Johnson kind of thing, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So we're just looking at this is at the end of the moat around the castle. We'll move on from the the city here in a minute to Göbekli Tepe. But yeah, this giant moat, and this whatever this staunch, it might have originally held like a bridge or something across here. But what I liked about this next shot is like this is the city. You're looking across at the next hillside, and this is the sort of stuff you see everywhere. It's just like these rock cut, struck like caves. I mean, they're not natural.
Right, and that's definitely quarry cutting above it. You can see that they've taken blocks out of there. Yeah, so
And it's over here in the city, and you see we saw it to the left and to the right, and you just know that there's people here with these basically Neolithic basements on the houses they're sitting. The wine cellars have been there for like 10 or 12,000 years, if not more.
Yes.
So
Amazing.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
It was so.
You just wonder if there's any of them that are similar to in Anatolia, Cappadocia, where somebody's going to be messing around in their basement and find an entrance to where it's basically the entire hill has been hollowed out.
Yeah.
When in the past.
Who knows?
There, yeah.
Could be. It seems like there was a lot going on to get underground. I mean, this is the semi-subterranean sites, and this is the same thing at Karahan Tepe, which, I mean, we'll look at some pictures of that soon here too, but that was one of the theories that I think puts a real a knife in the theory that it was hunter-gatherers, because Karahan Tepe in particular, they think they've identified what they would call permanent dwellings, and that's very much a symbol of civilization. I mean, I think the whole concept of this, we'll get to it with the hunter-gatherer thing, but I think it's kind of ridiculous anyway. But the Karahan, which is older than Göbekli Tepe, they found what they would call semi-subterranean structures, where it's like it's a pit, or you dug down in the ground, and then you create a roof or something like that, but the walls are essentially made of bedrock.
Yeah.
All stone.
That's right. And yeah, you're right. The whole concept of permanent dwelling kind of just completely removes the concept of hunter-gatherers. They're not nomadic hunter-gatherers anymore. They've got permanent dwellings. They're doing agriculture.
Right.
They're building structures. They're doing stonework.
Yeah, maybe we talk. I'd love to expand on that a little bit. I mean, I'll just throw up an image of the area around Göbekli Tepe, and people can see kind of what it looks like. You can see the structure over the site when you visit it today. But there's actually, like, this is worked bedrock here, and I'll show some pictures of that too. But you see just how beautiful it is, like at this time of year with the.
Who is that?
Is
that Christian?
That is Christian. Yes, I don't think he's peeing, but it's definitely Christian walking.
He's definitely where he's not supposed to.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. Christian.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty standard.
Yeah, we went to Karahan Tepe, and they said, don't, whatever you do, like, this is active archaeological site, don't jump down into the main sort of area. And he's just down in there. Fair like enough. Christian.
Yeah.
Get out of there. Come on. That'd be great. But I was thinking about this earlier. It's and I don't know if this came. I mean, I think it came up on the Joe Rogan podcast with Michael Shermer, just for reference.
And you've been to Giza though?
No, I've never been to Giza.
Oh dear.
Right, that's the people remember. I love that quote. I even shortened a bit.
Oh dear.
Oh dear on the end. But it's, I that was one of the discussions that came up, and it's still true to this point. I think to this day, if you go and look on Wikipedia as the official source that it is for all things ancient history, it still describes Göbekli Tepe as being created by hunter-gatherers. I mean, that's been the excuse that's been used to so we don't have to shift back the date of civilization.
Right.
Like, for the last, I don't know, 100, 150 years, our story of civilization really hasn't changed much, despite all of the new discoveries and, in whatever, the catastrophism, Younger Dryas, extension of the human timeline, genetics, all these things that should be affecting that picture of history. It really hasn't changed much. We still go like 6,000 years ago, we started civilization with the Sumerians or whatever, the Babylonians and Egypt, and then Greece and Rome and China and all that stuff. But I think you can challenge that just on the basis of the size of the work and the actual techniques of the work that you see at Göbekli Tepe. Not the same sophistication as Egypt, but still you're talking like large monoliths, like 20, 30 tons, high relief carvings, all that sort of stuff. I think that justifies needing civilization and specialization on its own. But what's happened in the last decade or so is that not only have they dated this stuff as being really old, but now they found Karahan Tepe after that, and they thought that this was like a one-off initially, Göbekli Tepe, and then they found Karahan Tepe, and in recent years they found 40 more sites
This is wild to me because, yeah, it's crazy to me that they thought this was a one-off. Because when when you realize that the tops
They
of these
wanted it to
hills
be a one-off.
should not be covered in grass, and then you look on Google Earth. I know they didn't have this, when they first found this site, but when you look on Google Earth, you can see that there are other tops of hills that are completely covered in grass, and you're like, okay, there's a lot of dirt up there.
Yeah, I think that's what it is that satellite surveys have
That's probably what it is.
because you're right. Like when the site was beginning to be worked on in the 1990s, they didn't have the tools, the same tools. I mean, they could have gotten satellite imagery, but they didn't have Google Earth yet. I don't think in the 90s.
No, it would have. No, I don't think so. Nothing like that. I mean, that was I was finishing high school in the mid '90s, and
But flying over it in a plane.
yeah, I mean,
you'd been able to see like multiple places that would be potential sites.
and that's what we saw too. Is you can see like in the background here, you do see it's very. There's not much soil and topsoil on these hills. It's a lot of this when you're driving around. It's just limestone with a bit of grass on it. And then you would find the odd hill here and there that seems to have a bunch of soil on it, and that certainly seems to be where they're finding all these sites. I mean, the whole history of this site, Göbekli Tepe. I mean, I think it was originally discovered as like, well, this is an old site in like the 50s, and they dismissed it as saying, well, it's not very old and it's not very special. And then it wasn't until the 90s when they came back and they like started to look a bit more closely at it, and then eventually did some carbon dating. That they went, holy crap, okay, this is actually very old and very special.
Yeah,
and
the stonework, and they made that judgment based on the quality of the stonework. They saw the quality of the stonework and decided it must be much more recent, like an Ottoman cemetery or something.
Yeah.
So
because it's a higher degree of stonework.
Right.
Yeah.
Much more than they would expect for something that's Neolithic or older.
Yeah. So you mean at the photos and the people watching, you can see here. This is like they've built this enclosure over the top of it and the bridge around it. And I mean, I've heard a lot of people complain about it. I'm okay with it. You're not going to. I don't think this site would last because they have like 1 million people visit this a year or something.
Right. We're in favor of it now as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think it does a decent job. It lets in a lot of light. You're keeping the elements off the site when it rains. I mean, it'd be a messy, muddy place if this was open to the rain with all the dirt that's in here. And you get a good view of it. I think it's fine. I mean, it would have been great to obviously get down in there, and we tried, but it's like this was, out of all the places that were closed, this was one place that they kind of kept open. There were other tourists here, and we got some nice access to other sites. I mean, Karahan Tepe in general is closed. Like, it's not, it's closed to the public, and luckily, our connections and the people that invited. I mean, I got contacted by the tourism ministry, so we had the tourism minister for the regional, a guy from the tourism department in the government was our guide.
Yeah,
and he could make a phone call and get us into places, which was great, and say, these guys want to fly the drone, and let them do it.
Yeah. Our brother Ramazan.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah,
great guy. But you can see this site, and you can see this part of it was all underground. In fact, I probably can skip through it and get to there was like literally one corner of one T-pillar that was sticking up, a broken part of a T-pillar that was sticking up on out of the ground. And the way they've discovered these sites is generally like farmers will come along and they're rock picking or whatever because they want to make a field out of the place, and they try and pull the rock out, and they figure out they can't. This is a much bigger rock, and you start to dig down from there. Well, this is actually quite. And then you start to see, well, this has been worked. It's actually been made. You can see the markings and the shape of it. It's not a natural shape. And it's just this, like, the tiniest fraction of the site's poking up out of the ground. And from there, they start to excavate, and they reveal what's now known as these enclosures, B and D and C, in this main pit area. And I think it's, what do they say? This is 5% of the whole site. Like, this excavation is about 5% of what Göbekli Tepe actually is in size.
Yeah, I think I read, what did they say, at least 15 more enclosures just there. 20.
20.
Yeah.
And
under the ground still.
Yeah. And Karahan is 5 times as big as Göbekli Tepe.
Right, Karahan is enormous.
And older. It's like they think there's 1,000 T-pillars at Karahan. So, yeah, this is the famous enclosure, and there's a lot. I was so fascinating seeing this. A couple things that I took away from it, and you guys probably have comments. I originally thought, like, what did they do at the bottom here? Did they pour concrete or something to try and cement this in? That's what I thought initially. I'm like, it's not. It's worked bedrock. Like these enclosures are actually the bedrock's cut down and then lapped flat. Like,
yeah, I'm totally guilty. When I first saw that pedestal around the pillar in Enclosure C, I was like, that's fake.
Yep.
The archaeologists did that.
Photoshopped.
Photoshopped. They made it in concrete and painted it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, they built that to support the pillar, and then I was like, wait a minute, no,
there are birds on it.
That's actually bedrock.
Yeah. That's what they do in Egypt. I mean, the Sphinx and all the repairs, and there's a lot of people that, and the mortuary temple at the top of the causeway, the middle pyramid. I mean, there's so many repairs that have happened in there, and then they paint it. They try and give it a patina to match the age, and then there's a lot of people, I've seen videos like, this is geopolymer. I'm like, you're actually correct.
Yeah.
For once, it is. It's concrete, but it's modern. Right. But this isn't. This is literally how they shaped this, and you see the same thing at Karahan. Like, and it kind of gets me to one of the central bits of feedback. And maybe you've shared it, maybe you've talked about it. I didn't watch all of your podcasts before. Yeah, I know. Hey man, I'm covered in poison oak at the moment. I've been outside, bro.
That's a legit excuse.
Okay, all right,
yeah,
we'll let you off.
You don't want to see my hands and arms. It's horrible. Just bubbles everywhere.
I'm malaria.
I've got malaria. I'd almost rather have malaria. No, I don't want to say that. Malaria was bad.
Don't say it.
Yeah, malaria is. I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Last time it almost killed you.
It really did.
Stay with the poison oak.
But there's lots to observe, I think, about the site. But here's what I think, and I'd like to hear your opinion on it. You've probably talked about it already, but it's almost like this seems, as with other sites, there's like two levels of building going on here, right? There's the central, there's the monolith, like the megalithic stuff, the big pieces that are done really well, and they have the high relief carvings on them. They're kind of smooth, and then you have the others, all these walls, like all of this detritus, the walls, the small stones that are just stacked together. I mean, they're good, solid walls, I'm sure, but there's nothing precise or techno. I mean, there's nothing.
And the rocks aren't cut. They're basically rough cobbles.
Yeah.
Right. They're not even really. It's not even really masonry. Stacked raw rock walls. But yeah, we have discussed it, and there's some stuff in the papers too about this, right?
Yeah.
It's 100% two phases of building, in my opinion.
That's my takeaway from it too. Quick note, Craig, morning. Thank you so much for the $10 and the kind words, mate. Thank you so much in the chats.
We have some donations too. Go ahead, Kyle.
Well, I'm just, that was my takeaway as well, just like you said, and the main point about that is that the rock walls go around the sides of the pillars and cover up carvings. I mean,
that's what's
clearly a second phase of building.
I mean, it's like they're supporting the pillars. It's almost as if they found them. They were reconstructing this, because look, even this pillar here on the right, look, it's broken.
Yeah, and there's another one where you can see it in the top left corner there, where the archaeologists have stood it up and it's being propped up with a wooden rod. You had it more central in a picture, all the way on the top left of your photo.
Top here?
Yeah. Oh, go back.
Oh, over here. Top left. The one before.
Yeah, you had it one picture where it was in the center, right there.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, that one's broken, and it's sitting on top of another piece of a T-pillar.
Yeah, that's horizontal.
Yeah, it's laying and there's old rock wall. There's multiple places like this where it's clearly the old rock wall construction.
Right.
It has pieces of T-pillar in it, and they build the rock wall up so far and then stand the piece of T-pillar up.
Right.
It's like they're reconstructing the site or repairing the site.
Yeah. And there's a big block here just to the right of that, like you said. Like, is this what you're talking about? Like, there's a piece in the wall that seems to be from probably a T-pillar. Like to the right.
There's multiple examples of this.
There is, yeah.
Chunks of T-pillar that are standing vertically and broken, and then they've got rocks stacked up, and then they have the top of the T-pillar stacked up on that. There's just all these different. It's clearly a reconstruction phase.
Can you turn you up a little bit, if you guys, maybe for me, if you can crank you guys up just like a dog biscuit or two.
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So as far as the dating go, the rock walls are dated at 12,000 years ago. That's the most solid date they have.
And that's what
Because
that's where I wanted to go with this, which was that the dating that they give for this site is based on the material they found in the rock walls. Yeah.
The mortar at
There's
the
a whole-
bottom of the rock walls. Yeah.
Okay.
that's simplified, but
Yeah.
there's a whole lot of different dates. They dated it archaeologically. In other words, contextual dating or relative dating. That was the first type of dating,
Right.
and that was from the arrowheads and the worked flint points that they found as they dug down.
Yeah. PP&A, pre-pottery Neolithic.
Yeah, PPNA and PPNB. There you go. There's
Yeah.
one. These are well-known artifact types from dozens of other sites all throughout the Levant. So these people are hunter-gatherers, and they are well-known in terms of the types of lithics they create.
Right.
And so at the oldest layers, the very, very bottom of the materials that they're excavating out of these enclosures, they're finding the PPNA lithics, which to them clearly dated at 12,000 plus years ago. And that's what they call that. That's archaeological
Yep.
dating.
The lithics.
These are the same as all these other sites.
Yeah.
Right.
Same style. Same. Yeah.
I think this is also what led them to believe that these were hunter-gatherers,
Yeah.
Right.
because clearly those hunter-gatherers were occupying the site for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. It's who knows how long it was there. Like, this is a convenient place to prop up a piece of wood on top of these T-pillars and make some shelter, maybe.
Yeah.
Possibility,
Build some rough walls around them and make an interior. Yeah. I mean, like, who knows what they did? But
Yeah.
yes, their lithics are at the bottom of the materials that fill the enclosures.
Okay. All right. And then that's how
There's
that's
a
that's
that's
Plus, lots of, tools that are associated with beginnings of agriculture. Lots of grinding tools.
Mhm.
They found over 7,000 grinding tools in the enclosures that were excavated at Göbekli Tepe, and that is. That's considered to be extremely excessive in terms of like number of tools by the archaeologists. They're just like, yeah, this is a huge number for this size of a site, for the number of people you would expect to be using this site if there were people living here.
to grind up weed or whatever.
Yeah, so over 7,000 grinding tools. They're like, what are they doing? So they've come up with this idea of ritualized work feasts, where once or twice a year they would bring an enormous amount of food, hunt a ton of animals, cook a ton of stuff, and then everybody would drag T-pillars around. Just stand them up.
They do it all at the same time. Like they kind of mix up the idea of, while they were also building the site when they were doing these feasts. Like, that must be the explanation for how they built it. Versus, I mean, it seems just as possible that maybe the site was here.
Yeah.
And it was a sacred site, which is like, it's just, to me, it's like, well, if you were a hunter-gatherer and you see a giant pyramid in a desert, you might start to look at it and think it's pretty impressive, right? This is another flavor of that type of thing. Like, holy crap, we see this site, or maybe it's here, and we see parts of it that are depicting the animals that are running around, and I don't know. It would pretty quickly be translated as some sort of sacred place that maybe you do establish rituals about. I think there's a lot of potential explanations for it.
Look at that pillar in the back there.
This one that's bent over. Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Right.
yeah.
There's a carving on the side of it. It looks like the fox head is sticking out a little bit.
Yeah.
The one all the way in the back on the right.
All the way in the back on
It's
the right.
covered by the rock wall.
Oh, I've got my
on
head
the upper
over.
right
Here
of
he
it.
is. Yeah, okay. On my screen, your heads are over the top of it.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. And you see this everywhere. This is what I was going to say too. Yeah, the rock walls are built around the carving. They obviously came later. We don't know how much later, but yeah, they're built to support the pillars, or just to I mean, if once they buried the site, like it's up there. Yeah, and as you guys said, it's like they go with the lithic dating. Then there's the carbon dating based on the mortar that's in the bottom layers of the fill and the walls.
Yeah.
And that's and we're even at that point we're at like
Those are-
12,000 years old.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those dates are contemporary with each other. So
Right.
It's like, okay, somebody at the time of these hunter-gatherers that were making those lithics were also building these rock walls supporting these T-pillars. what other reason would you do it than
Yeah.
to try to restore the site? And one of the things that would happen is if, because it is on a hillside and there was probably material above it, that every time it rained, all this material would wash down in there. And
Yeah.
gotta give some credit to Ed Food Text You Later.
Yeah.
Ed
He
Food
was-
text you later.
Yeah, we were having a very expensive conversation for him.
He's trying to continue it right now.
I know, I
yeah.
saw, but he was pointing out that someone had talked about these the rock walls being retaining walls essentially, and like they started out really wide, like this big circular retaining wall around the enclosure,
Mm.
and then at some point in the past, that wall would be breached and material would fall down into the site, and then they would clean it up and build another retaining wall. Then it would step down and get a little bit smaller, and this may have happened multiple times, so you would have successive rings of these rock walls. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So maybe the furthest walls out were the first ones
ones
built,
built.
and they failed, and so they came in and built another shelf
Right.
on the inside of that.
Yeah.
What was the joke you told about retaining walls? There's only two kinds of retaining walls.
Yeah, there's two kinds of retaining walls: those that have failed and those that are about to.
That are about to. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's like people. It's like motorcycle riders, right? It's like there's
Yeah.
those guys. There's those people that have crashed and those people that are going to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there, I mean, you can see there's a giant slab laying on its side between these pillars. There's multiple. There's a T-pillar in the back, but if you look through the two
Yeah, I
central
see it.
pillars, there's one laying inside the rock walls on its side. It's underneath right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Right in the center.
And it's got a rock wall stacked on it.
And those
it
look
does.
more. Yeah, and those look more similar to the ones we see at Karahan. There.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was going to say too, when we get to Karahan, there's tremendous, the age and the erosion on some of the T-pillars that have fallen over, the really big ones that have like just crumbled. I mean, who knows how long they've been sort of fallen down. But it's not, you one of the impressions you get is obviously this is the central and a lot of the famous, hands wrapping around the waist of the T-pillars. These are quite thin, but there are other pillars in here that are fat. You can sort of see some in the background that have lost their tops. They've been broken.
Enclosure C.
Yeah.
Enclosure C. There's some really big work here, and in fact, one of the stories that in Ramazan had found, I think, before not even many of the authorities knew about it, but in a nearby sort of wooded area, they'd found a T-pillar in a quarry. That was on a hillside nearby Göbekli Tepe. And I think he tried to go and see if we could actually try and access it and sort of rip the exhaust off his car trying to do it.
Yep.
Had to get his car repaired because he tried to do a bit off-roading with a regular road car and damaged it. But I've seen pictures of it. But yeah, and some of these are massive. I mean, the T-pillar in the quarry at Karahan must be 20 to 30 tons. I mean, these are significant blocks of stone, and they're not all thin like this. Some of them are significant.
Yeah,
So
you're
there's
right.
a couple other observations here. The two surrounding pillars on the right side.
Yeah.
You can't tell if they are actually socketed into the bedrock because they're covered by the rock walls.
Yeah.
Right. And they're built into the rock walls, are like covering them. And there's a
Yeah, but look at the lip of the bedrock.
yeah.
Right, you can see that the bedrock goes up like there's a lip there on the right side,
Yeah.
and those two pillars are standing on it, but they might be slotted in.
Like these others.
The other one next to it that has the snakes on it is standing on top of the rock wall.
Yeah.
Or it's built into, or the rock wall's been built up around it. I mean, I don't know if
It
it's
could have been.
this one here is like a ruined one that's like the rock wall's built underneath it, but this one here looks like it could have just been built up around it. Yeah, it's just I don't know. That was definitely the feeling I got with this place was that it seems like, let me start from scratch and skip through a couple. But it seemed like there was a lot more going on here, and of course you've got Martin Sweatman's work that I think is really interesting, an interesting take on all of this as being this observatory or celestial record of events that relates to constellations, and you have features like this, these holes that we see in different sites, and maybe these were sight lines and orientations and who knows what, and whether or not these blocks have been moved. But you see this,
Sure would like to know what that is carved around that hole too.
it's almost like hands and arms. It's a bit like a
Does
couple
look
of them.
like
Yeah, that's what I was
arms, but
thinking
it's
too.
I don't know. bunch of them.
Yeah.
It's strange.
A couple quick questions. Was there any damage to the Tepe sites from the earthquake? Not really. They withstood it quite well. And if the carvings of the megaliths corresponded to a date, then the two construction parts would indicate a complete cycle before 12k years ago, right? So this is one of the comments that I had when we were talking about it when we were on the trip, was that, yeah, if you go with like Martin Sweatman's idea of it recording dates and celestial cycles, then it not necessarily 100%, but it almost necessitates like a cycle's worth of observation. You know, I don't know. We haven't observed the sky for that long. We figured it out mathematically, but you know, there's a lot going on when you're observing precessions of the equinoxes in that cycle. Yeah. So, you know, it's not a short. In either case, it's not a short period of time observing the sky to even notice the motion.
You would at least probably need a couple of generations of people who are keeping track and talking to each other, like passing knowledge down before, you know.
Yeah.
The third generation of astronomers would say, okay, we're confirming that this star is definitely moving relative to the equinoxes or whatever, and then they would start paying attention.
Yeah.
And you know, and maybe they could extrapolate and come up with a rough idea of how long that cycle would take, but it would not be a short. You know, you can't just watch the sky for a couple of weeks and figure it out.
No, for people that don't know, I mean, it's like this. We're talking about a motion of the heavens that if you stick your thumb up on the horizon, it moves about a thumb width over 72 years in terms of, you know, what constellation the sun is rising under on the solstice, things like that. Like, it's not a. Of course, that screws up my focus, but it's you know, it does take a long period of observation. Is there any information about the soil strata around the site? Have they analysed any cores in the area? I don't know. Cole might know.
There's a lot of information about the soil strata, but I mean, all of the soil on top of this hill is man-made.
Man-made soil. Yeah.
I mean, obviously not the soil itself, but the pile.
Yeah.
Is hidden. It's a trash heap.
Yeah.
So it's full of piled in. Yeah, it's just full of detritus, broken rocks, shattered pieces of flint, bones, and lots of studies have been done on it. It's really hard to carbon date any of the bones they found in there because of collagen or some other weird issue. It's because of the leaching of the minerals in the soil are either leaching out of the bones or going into them, and it just kind of messes everything up.
Yeah.
The stratigraphy is all messed up.
Well,
The thing that Ed Food Text You Later was trying to get to, I think, is ultimately led me down this rabbit hole of more research, was that now they're starting to think that the reason why they thought that it was like people burying the site because the stratigraphy was like almost inverted in some cases, like the older layers were on top and the layers were bottom. So if you dug a hole into a midden that has this perfect stratigraphy going from recent to old, and you were throwing that into a pit, then the layers would be inverted in that pit.
Yep.
That's one of the pieces of evidence that they had that this place was buried.
Because it was inverted stratigraphy.
Yeah.
Reminds me of
thinking they're chunking dirt in there, but they're now thinking that these are collapses.
There's also some interesting stuff with the phytoliths, which are little tiny silicate crystals that kind of build up inside of plant structure. And they can actually, so these are like a micro proxy. And so they've done a lot of tests looking at the phytoliths that are contained within the midden soil that are in the enclosures, and they've discovered that there's so much of it that this is part of the reason why they're sure that they were doing some kind of agriculture, because not only are there a ton of these things indicating that people were using plants here in enormous amounts, but it's also only the phytoliths you find in the middles and tops of plants.
Okay.
Right? So they were harvesting plant material and bringing it to the site. And then, of course, there's also the 7,000 plus grinding stone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were making a lot.
Yeah, making grains, foods, cereals.
Which is interesting when you think about forewarning of a cataclysm or something.
Yeah.
Because they did this test. They were like, oh, okay, we're going to take a grinding stone, just like one of the ones we find at Göbekli Tepe, and we'll have somebody grind grains in it for 8 hours and see how much they
make some cereal, gents. See how long.
And they made enough for, like, one guy could make enough for 4 or 5 people.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So when they do the calculation of how many there were and how much grain they're making, they're making way too much.
Way
food.
too much food.
Yeah. And that is interesting from the perspective of, they know this comet is in the sky or whatever, and then here we go. Yeah.
Real quick, David, thank you so much. Thanks for the donation. EdFood texts you later. So we did get the email, and I also looked up Lee Claire and found some of his papers as well. So I appreciate that. You've helped us out for sure on that. Yeah. And then PC gave $20. What's the question here? Love the show. Believe it or not, I've seen all of them. My question is, do you think we will ever have DNA from any of these sites that will allow us to trace ancestry? Keep up the good work.
I know they've found. Well, I don't know. They can't even get carbon dates, but I don't know if they're looking for DNA from animal bones. But they have found skulls, right? There's. I read some paper. They're like, they think there's like a skull cult.
Oh yeah.
And so they had like human skulls, and they were sort of notching them and wrapping them in twine or something and hanging them. So they had like all these hanging skulls. I just don't think these are the people that built the site.
Yeah.
Right.
The occupiers.
I mean, this is classic. You find an ancient megalithic site, you hang skulls,
Yeah.
you sacrifice
Skulls.
people.
Write your name on it.
Yeah.
Scratch your name onto it. You made it. You made it, bro. It's like Timmy was here on the skyscraper, right? It's like this was Timmy's skyscraper. Timmy made it. It was all Timmy.
I can understand the confusion and the sort of development of these ideas that the archaeologists had based on what they were dealing with, because this is uncharted territory for them, and also just like the massive amounts of bones and everything to determine like, okay, a bunch of people were coming here and feasting.
Yep.
Right. Then the inverted stratigraphy and the what looks like giant heaps of material that suddenly appear inside an enclosure. They're like, what? And it's full of all these bones. So they were having a giant feast, and then suddenly all this material appears. So they're like, maybe they threw it in there. So they come up with this idea that like, okay, they finished with this one enclosure, so they start burying it while they're feasting, and they're digging another one. They're digging through the layers to start building another enclosure. This is how they developed the narrative.
Yep. Yeah.
There's recent work that's looking at the overall geometry of all of the enclosures that have been excavated, and they're starting to compare them and say there's no way these were separate buildings.
That's right.
Because they're too precisely connected in like equilateral triangles from the central pillars of one to the next.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
There's some really cool
really
cool studies showing the geometry of the enclosures relative to each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Accuracy to, I mean, not, this is not super accurate, but accurate to within 20 centimeters of equilateral triangle centers of the enclosures.
Right.
And then they also did a bunch of, associative studies with all the symbolism and everything. And they're basically saying like there was an idea that because the work is so similar, that earlier the archaeological idea was that there must have been a group of specialists who were basically being hired by different groups of people to make different enclosures for different groups. And these guys are like, no, this kind of rules this out, because not only does the geometry show that all these sites had to be planned out, which is this would be another first. If you're talking about Neolithic or very ancient people, these guys are saying they had to have a blueprint.
Yeah,
basically
they needed a design,
a scalable blueprint, because they had to work out the math on paper or on the ground or whatever, in the sand, however they drew it out. They had to work out the math and the relationships between the sites and the centers of the sites before they built it, and they had to do it to scale so that they could scale it up. So they must have had also some kind of measurement system that they could scale.
As I'm hoping.
Dude, have you read Civilization 1?
Not yet.
Okay,
I will. What's that?
Well, you've probably read like Who Built the Moon, right?
Yes.
So he talks about the megalithic system of measurement. Like there's a chapter in there talking about what they discovered with Civilization 1. And it's this mathematical relationship between all of these megalithic stone circle sites all over the British Isles and that part of the world, and it kept coming back to this mathematical system. Funnily enough, if you've watched some of the Vase videos, there's a mathematics. There seems to be math involved, and it's just like all of this stuff points at civilization and speciality to me. Like there's this, it becomes a long draw of a bow to try and say, well, this was just hunter-gatherers entertaining themselves on the feast weekend, and slapping it together because that's what they wanted to do. It's just, and I look at this and you know, we've been going for like an hour and 15 already. Maybe we can.
Time flies in the cube.
Yeah.
Time flies. It does indeed. But it's just like the fact that you have Göbekli Tepe, you then have Karahan Tepe. Now and Karahan Tepe is 5 times bigger than Göbekli Tepe, and now there's 40 more sites. Like this,
maybe as much as 80. We got both numbers. Like they were like 40, possibly as much as 80.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, there's this.
So
It's another chapter of human civilization that we know just nothing about now. Like
Right.
And for sure, this narrative that's been started is not going to remain. I mean, it's just
it's falling apart.
The tip of the T pillar.
Yeah.
it's the tip of the tepe.
It's the tip of the
Tip
tepe.
of the tepe.
All right, real quick before we take a break,
Yeah.
Jonathan, thank you so much. $180. Wow, really appreciate that,
Oh, you
bro.
guys are
He
nice.
says thoughts about Dr. Sweatman's work. His probability analysis that the iconography relates to astronomical correspondence seems pretty bulletproof. Also, thoughts on whether Göbekli Tepe, as wonderful a site as it is, won't be unique once more excavation is done.
No way.
I don't think it's unique. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not going to be unique.
No. And
But it's
Workmatic.
still awesome.
Workmatic, thanks for the 50, mate, and yes, thanks for the kind words as well. You're a huge supporter of my channel. And Controlled Demolition, mate, thank you also for the super chat.
Yeah, and don't trust my camera. Thank you, $5. He's asking about Firefox Pillars Aquarius. There was a nova in 9,000 to 12,000 years ago, closest and largest visible nebula to Earth. What do you think? Could it be associated with a nova that was visible in
That's
the sky?
cool.
That's
That's
a
a
very
good idea.
interesting idea.
It'd be interesting, wouldn't
The
it?
enclosures are explosions.
Yes.
Yeah, I like Sweatman's work. I mean, he mentioned it. I mentioned it briefly. I have his book here. I did talk to him in the early days of my channel. I'd love to do it again. He's going to be at the Cosmic Summit.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. And
to drink some beers.
yeah, I definitely am interested in talking to Martin some more.
I loved the way he approached his
Absolutely,
ideas. I thought it was a very I just thought it was a brilliant way to approach some kind of analysis like that, because it is, I mean, I just didn't expect it at all, how you would use probability calculations to figure out if your analysis of a few symbols is,
Yeah.
you know,
No, I couldn't quite get my head around that either.
but I thought it was great. And
Yeah,
I appreciate the work he's doing. I love it when people do stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
it's-
I don't know if he's right. I mean, I'm not going to say.
I'm not a statistician either, but my takeaway from it was that it seems to be incredibly unlikely that he's wrong.
yeah,
that was-
I
that's
don't
basically
know if
what he
that
was
makes
saying,
him
yeah.
right, but he's like it seems very unlikely that he's wrong. And
Yeah.
and so there's some sort of pseudo-ish breakdowns of his work of saying, well, you're just seeing patterns in anything, and you can find patterns in anything. There's a lot more to it than that.
That's the classic SCRP argument
It's
for
super
anything like
SCRP,
that. Though.
yeah.
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 Hey, we have a question for you.
Yeah, look, somebody's paying us to ask you a question, Ben.
Okay.
$72. Ben,
Nice.
what is your opinion on the similarities between the H-like symbol in Göbekli Tepe and those in South America?
Yeah, I noticed that as well. You see the H's on the blocks. We can keep going. I mean, it's just too easy to talk
We
about.
could dive
this,
into that after the break.
Yeah.
Just want to get that out.
And
for
that
you.
was New Face. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys for supporting Snake Bros. They're definitely worthy of it. And I definitely noticed that. It is a strange correlation. I mean, you see connections with this site, and I mean, in the architecture itself, it's somewhat. Can't say it's the same as we see in Peru and Egypt and the typical sort of megalithic work. There are sites in Turkey that do match that sort of classic megalithic building architecture. There's another tepe that's we looked at a bunch of they're not all in this region. They're like 7-8 hours drive away from this region. There are sites in Turkey that match that, but you know, here we're seeing stuff like the things that Graham Hancock pointed out. The iconography of the high relief animals is very similar to what we see on the Chulpa Towers at like in Silistani, and then also at I forget the name of the other place specifically. It's up there in the highlands around Lake Titicaca that I've seen. I was looking at the photos on a Twitch stream the other day. It's eerily identical, and then you have the hands going around the waistline and the fingers. We see the
Yes.
same thing at the Moai on Easter Island.
That
There's-
connection really bothers me.
Yeah, me too. And the handbags. We were just sitting there staring at the vulture stone for quite a while with the
Russ figured out what
classic
those
handbags.
are.
What they holding Shamirs in them or
iPads.
something? They're iPads.
They're iPads with the handles on them, you know.
iPads with the handles on.
They put the big plastic case with the big handle on it.
Yep.
That's
We
neat.
saw somebody in the
That's what
airport
they are,
had
they're
like,
tablets.
big plastic case on their tablet, and I was like, that is what those handbags are.
That's a handbag.
Look at like it. Yeah.
Interesting comment in my chat. It said Turkish H symbol is the same as the Aboriginal Australian symbol.
Oh yeah,
That's
I have
interesting.
seen that too. Yes.
I haven't seen that, but that is interesting.
I thought Greg was posting some stuff like that in our secret chat.
Oh, Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spencer, we're not stopping. We might take a quick break, but we're definitely not stopping. We've got at least another hour in us, I'm sure.
Yeah, let's
I
take a
want
break.
to get to Karahan Tepe and Sogmatar and everything else, but we'll take a break. There'll be a little musical interlude, I think, for a couple minutes, and then we'll be right back. So hang around, everyone.
Yeah.
I will switch to my break screen. You guys enjoy. We'll be right back.
I'm in Egypt. I'm a scientist. I'm a scientist.
We came down from the mountain into the
guys got it working? You're on.
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah, we are back. Under the sands, folks. So many wonders. Under the sands.
I've done it dry, I've done it wet, and the wet is much better.
Ever since I got my my soundboard plumbed into my mic, I can terrorize everyone I talk to now. Who's the band? You're looking at them. At least the two in the studio over here, in particular.
On $50dynasty.com.
Yep.
Free album.
Free album. Check it out. Support them on Patreon as well.
We will be
Ben's in
releasing
our other
vinyl.
band that we formed with Yusuf.
Yeah, that's right.
Yusuf and Pyramid Idiots.
Yeah. We do jam. It is good.
Yeah.
That's one of the honestly, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't one of my favorite parts. I don't get to jam with people. I used to play a bit more with people, but I tell you what, traveling with you boys and playing music, it's such a privilege. And I'm glad you guys let me tag along and not screw up too much of your music.
If you let us tag along to Giant Triangles, we'll let you tag along with the music.
Oh.
Yeah.
No contest. But yeah, it is a lot of fun, and getting Yusuf involved as well has been a lot of fun.
Yep.
So yeah, we're planning to really we're gonna take the band on the road.
That's right.
Good. Yeah, no, for sure. With our trips, man, and Yusuf gets involved, and he's a talented musician as well. He's fantastic.
And on the
Yeah,
flute,
so far we've played the most, like in terms of ratio from practice to shows, we've done more shows versus practice than any band in the world.
That's right.
Because all they are is shows.
That's it. Yeah.
Never practice.
Not practice at all. Empire, we are. Thank you for the 50, man, and cheers. I'm glad you like the vase video. And we're working on scanning some more. I do have scans of other vases at the moment, and the trick is not the scanning so much as the analysis, which is what we're working on, and I hope to have news on that front in the near future.
Matthew, thank you. $5. Thank you so much. Texas neighbor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's in BK.
Yeah.
Oops.
Slick string bender, we're looking for a bass player.
We're looking for a bass player.
He asked if they need a drummer. We have too many of them.
And Matthew, $20. Thank you. He says $5 wasn't enough. I really respect and appreciate you. 3, I'm a master plumber, and I have been in the trade for almost 20 years. I have a shop, not no shop.
Thank you so much, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, man.
And McSpud, they're not going to copyright strike us for the music. That's Cole's music, and he's not chasing people down.
Yeah.
I've asked.
Hey, also, you know, if there's content creators out there that want some music,
Yeah,
have at it.
I've used some of Cole's music in some of my videos. I remember I did one. I forget the video what it was, but we put in one of the songs, and I couldn't tell you how many comments I got. Like, what was that song?
Yeah, Deos.
Deos, yeah, and fantastic music. It really is. It's a great album. You guys should check it out. Yeah, highly recommend it.
Just got the records.
Yeah, the records came in.
Pounds of records. Yeah.
They're the real nice. I'm not a big vinyl person, but we got the good ones, the heavy ones that are, and so it takes 2 records to put the full album on. So they're
so
top
it's-
notch.
It's a little double sleeve, like all
Gatefold,
the artwork.
Artwork's on there.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the mods put $50 Dynasty link in the chat if you could. That'd be great. If you find their website, just post it up in the chat for me. Thank you.
All spelled out.
All spelled out, yeah.
All right, where are we going? What do you want to do, Ben?
I figured, well, so we talked briefly about Martin Sweatman. We started getting into it. I know we talked about Göbekli Tepe. We kind of covered a lot of it and just the context of how it was found and the work that's been done. Obviously, that's the most famous and well-known site in the region. I'd love to maybe take a look at a couple of the other sites real quick. Controlled demolition, rock on, thank you. Let me maybe go back to the pictures.
Also relevant to this discussion
Yeah.
is the rock walls at Karahan. Oh, that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
let's go there now. Actually, I wanna, before we get to the, because I've got some I found some stuff at Karahan, and I dug up some pictures from other places around the world, which is where I've found some similarities of some of the things to see there. So maybe we start with, I'm gonna make us a little small for this. I went with the what's it called, the whatever, it's a we're top and bottom, but we're the same size in the corner. But so Karahan Tepe, it was a much later discovery than Göbekli Tepe, and I think, when did they start excavating? Like 2019, 2018, something like that.
I don't remember.
Super fresh.
Yeah, it is fresh.
So it's here's the site. It's technically closed.
come
You
on,
can
man.
kind of work through the ministry to get access to it. Our group had access to it, and
Yo,
you
what
can
up,
see here
Aaron?
just how small. I mean, it's not a lot that's been done here. It's on this one of these
This is the
hillsides
run,
again.
dude.
We talked about it before. With
You
with
literally
the
came at the blessed
mid and
run.
round, or
I'm
the
telling you,
soil
this is the
on these
run.
hills, which is different to the,
What's up, man? Nice. It looks
surrounding
nice,
region,
man.
But this is pretty
Looks
much,
nice.
when you look at it, there's a couple more little excavations, but it's very much a work in progress. But remarkable.
Thanks,
for,
dude. I
for all
appreciate it,
that.
and I
So it's
appreciate
kind of a
you.
privilege to get to visit it. And it's not very far from
And
Göbekli
all my
Tepe,
followers and viewers.
in the same sort of general area. They're planning on creating a lot more tourism around it. I'm really excited to get to see a site like this.
Appreciate you
early
for the
on
subs,
in
man. I
its-
really do.
Early to get to
And
see a
for
site
who you
this
are.
early on in its development. So every time we go back, hopefully every couple of years or whatever, we'll get to see it progressively become more and more uncovered. And as I said, the estimations from whatever scanning and work they've done here, they think it may be 5 times as large as Göbekli Tepe and at least 500 years
scam.
older.
Like such a
Just in terms of the burial and then the same sort of dating methodologies. It's
Yeah,
got,
this is interesting. I think, again, I haven't looked at Karahan, but I mean, are they doing the same methods?
like such
They're
a
not
scam.
dating the stone. They're not
No.
dating the megalithic work. So,
Yeah,
I mean, they can, but it's not very accurate. They can date when it was buried.
then that's where they're dating it. It's funny, you go into the Göbekli Tepe visitor center, which I think UNESCO or the UN put a bunch of money into it, and it's actually quite a big light show sound thing at Göbekli Tepe in the visitor center. And it's this big sort of just thundering noise and this wall-to-wall screens of this experience.
Yo, what's up, man? How you doing, man?
What were they calling it? Like 0 point of civilization, or the zero?
This is a live stream. I know. I'm streaming, but this is on
Well,
YouTube.
this is 0 point
Whatever.
minus 500.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Some of the papers we were reading, some of the
Thanks
more
for
recent
nice,
ones,
man.
there are actually archaeologists that are involved with
Oh,
Göbekli
yeah.
Tepe, and all the teams that are working on this area.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
They're actually complaining about the UNESCO marketing strategy for Göbekli Tepe. They're like they've embedded this story in it, which is basically from the early 1990s, early 2000s work.
Right.
It's now outdated. That is no longer what the archaeologists think about the site.
Yeah.
Like it's getting built into the story of the site to keep in mind.
Right, and it's
Dude.
being proved pretty much incorrect. Like they keep every turn of the
With
archaeologist's
Uber
spade
Eats,
is
you can now,
It's like,
if you want, you can sign up for alcohol delivery, but I'm not gonna do that
Greg is
mainly because of sting operations by the
I found
police
this site's interesting. It's
for
similar and
underage
different similar in respects
drinkers,
as
and you know the
Keeplers,
police are gonna do it. You know they are,
that type of thing, but
100% they
there's a
are.
lot more bedrock work. It feels like it's been done.
'Cause they have nothing better to
Enclosures
do.
made from bedrock, and there's obviously this
Like,
strange temple
definitely a
activity.
sting
This was-
operation
this
is
in
going to
one area
happen.
that clearly shaped this, and I just
You're
just
saying
looking
you're
at this,
going,
I
"Aw,
mean,
thanks,
I don't know
man."
if it's a connection or it's anything like that.
Yeah, I
but
have to
saw this
card
shape
them
here,
exactly,
see what I'm
dude.
talking about? And I just thought Hotep.
Let me know if I've turned down the podcast. But
Like, this looks like a Hotep.
thanks,
Like,
Dick. Appreciate
like
that,
you see this
man.
shape all over ancient Egypt, and this is the magnificent quartzite,
Yeah.
not quartzite, but white calcite or alabaster Hotep
So
that's at.
there's no way.
At Abu Ghraib, and
And so there's two forces. One, 100% is going to be kids ordering alcohol through the Uber app, like 100%. It's going to be the majority, like a very large portion of attempts are probably going to be kids. And two, there's going to be like police sting operations,
Okay, so the thing I thought, I mean, that's really cool.
right? I mean, or dares or whatever, or just it's just a bad situation. It's just, and then Just
but there's lots of pictures
and
of
there's the
carvings
scenario where if it gets stolen or something, you get
on these
you get just imagine whatever you get robbed and you don't have the liquor anymore,
and they just have these
and then you have to
and down
report that it's stolen, and it's just
face. Like
and then the person's friggin' really upset, like extremely upset. It's not like a
Oh,
burrito.
okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. It's just, I was just, it was literally like, what's this, ink blot?
Yeah.
thing
Oh
represent?
yeah. 100%.
Like, that looks like a hoax to me. But I liked a lot of this.
Put the
because
blame
it
on the
gives-
driver if it's
it's
kids.
this
Yeah,
raw
exactly.
image of-
Exactly, dude. 100%.
Of the site in its early stages of development.
And
one thing you'll notice
apparently-
I want to point out in this picture
yeah.
that you'll see in other pictures. First of all, the background, you see the bare limestone.
I mean,
that we talked about. No mid and mounds, not a lot
in
of
where I
mounds.
live in
And
suburb
if you look on the
Ottawa, it
horizon
might
and
be
see where
okay.
There are mid and mounds. I bet if you dug at these places, you probably.
But I
find
mean, there's
something which is
there's
not
ghettos in
behind
Ottawa,
you.
100%,
Yeah,
and
but
there's a lot of
What you see
homeless
here
alcoholics in Ottawa.
Look at the patina on the rock, and we talked about this with the
And
patina
ghettos.
early on with the castle stones, but all of these T-pillars that are not fully
And Uber Eats
excavated,
just brings you there,
you
dude.
see
I've been to
these
so
sharp
many
lines
ghettos I've
where
never
it's
even knew
grey and
existed
black and white
because of
and
Uber
that
Eats.
dirt
It's
brown
insane,
underneath.
man.
That's the original
Roads that you go down as an entire
been excavated, the grass has grown a bit here.
friggin' sub-city that
this
you've
is the
never been
result
to,
of
and just
buried
like
under
what
that
the
line.
fuck.
Yeah, so this is that patina is the result of
And-
about,
and
like
you
a
can't-
mil- like 10
You can't remember how to get back there.
million plus of
Driving
exposure
Lyft, completely
to
some
the
place that
air.
was. Oh my
So
god,
you
dude,
see what's
exactly,
sticking up, you see
man.
what portion of
I can
this
bet with
stone
Philly, dude. I can
above
bet with
the
Philly,
ground.
but yeah,
And then
man.
you look around as you walk around this
Just
one
places you've
excavated
never
part,
seen before,
one excavated part
didn't
of
know
Quebec-
existed,
of Carahan, and you go out on this
and then you
hillside
couldn't,
in the
you wouldn't
mountains
be able to go back there.
and the next hill, and you just see the tops of all
If they
these
said,
little
okay,
stones
let's
sticking up
drive
out of the
back there, you'd be
ground.
like, I
And a
can't
lot
do
of
it.
them actually, there's enough of a T-pillar to see. It is a
Oh,
T-pillar.
ninja lifestyle. Well, what's up,
It
man?
kind of dawns on you over time that
What's
holy
that
crap,
emo?
like there is just stone circles.
Ninja lifestyle, the
And
legend.
this type of work just happened everywhere in this area. Like there was
Yeah, that also
That's
is
ridiculous.
Like the ridiculousness of the
That's too ridiculous, man.
that these things were, that everybody in this culture just
Yo, what's up,
decided, "Oh,
Ninja?
let's go
Thanks,
bury
man.
it." Yeah, I mean, we're talking.
Karahan is huge, and then there's mounds.
How you doing, man? I saw you were editing
yeah.
a video, a nollie or a
Beautiful
nose
place,
manual
again,
shout out.
wildflowers hanging out everywhere. We
That's
we,
wild.
Everyone spread out. We had plenty of time on the site, and
You have
just
such good
find
control
these
with that.
things
Nose
poking
manual
out
is
of the
crazy.
ground everywhere you go. I mean,
The perfect excuse to take picture of flowers there.
it is. Yeah.
Pulling now, scheduled for Friday nights,
Flowers.
man.
No, I'm just looking at this TV.
The T-pillar, not the flowers. I thought
Oh, yeah.
so, but yeah, I mean, you see it here. Like these are the tops of T-pillars. All of these in the ground.
That's
over here.
smart.
There's a circle
Scheduling
here,
it for
there's
the
a circle
future,
here,
that's
there's
smart.
Part of another circle over here.
Just do it
There's
whenever
circles to the
you
left, circles
feel
to
like
the
you're
right.
ready to
I mean,
upload and whatever.
You just, yeah, it was kind of astonishing.
You were there stuck in the middle again.
I was stuck in. Yep, exactly. There's George Howard on a T-pillar. You can actually see the corner of this T-pillar that's
God.
been tipped over.
And then again, look at the hills. in the
Control street
background.
money, dude.
They are, you know, little patches of grass, but they don't have this.
All that green is the mound.
Is the mountain.
All
Control.
this behind it because as we went and I think we went down and braved all the.
What are you
thistles
talking
to
about,
get down
control?
there and, what did we find?
Come on,
T-pillars.
come on,
Just
man.
broken T-pillars just shoved in the ground. Here's another one that's sticking slightly up.
What's control?
Thistles everywhere. I mean, you wear long pants if you go here at this time of year.
John Wick 4? No.
Out over here, but yeah, this stuff's everywhere. It's a massive site. Like, as I said, maybe what they say 1,000 T-pillars or something like that. So yeah, it was pretty remarkable. And then they have the other thing that's interesting about Karahan. I mean, there's lots to talk about at Karahan, but the environment.
Yo, thanks
as
for being
much as
here,
we look at
guys.
it saying
Appreciate
these
that.
barren hills of
Big
limestone,
time.
It is obviously very different because the sites, the burial. I mean, people sort of forget when you talk about it's 12,000 years, this and that, and the other thing. It's pretty much the burial of these sites is dated to the middle of the Younger Dryas, right? It's like in the Younger Dryas period. It's after the first part, but before the end of the end,
Oh,
the end
God.
of the Younger Dryas is when they think, at least in Göbekli Tepe, they were buried. So, we know that the global climate shifted all over the place And what they found at this
Yeah,
site,
man.
they found, you know, leopard bones, crocodile bones, I think giraffe bones, bear bones. You know, it would have been a much different
My
environment.
car is in
Going
the
back to
shop.
Neolithic,
Yes,
what we
it is
call
in the
like
shop
kind of Neolithic
already.
times, so probably heavily wooded.
Brake
There's
fluid
a lot
leak.
more rivers. If we get to actually talk about Sogmatar today, you know,
I was
you
going to
see that
replace
and
the
see, like,
master
as you're
cylinder,
going
the
around, you
brake
see
master
tons of, like,
cylinder reservoir.
and dry riverbeds that would have originally been flowing with a lot more water.
Damn, yeah.
So it's a very different,
I know.
just environment.
It's all good, man. I think
And
it's
probably was able to support
R.I.P. Yeah, I was
larger populations
I
of
was
people.
driving it hard.
And
I
you know,
fucking hate
support
car.
people
Yeah,
that
man.
got creatures
It's so
to-
expensive. Like such a.
to hunt.
I don't even like. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I don't even know if I'm gonna repair it. I don't even know, man.
Probably what was going on back here.
Because I got an estimate from a shop. They want to replace all the lines, and I figure I think it's just a master cylinder. Which there's, I can buy the part on Amazon for, including tax, $50 Canadian. And like a bleeder kit for 25.
Definitely promoting this. I mean, they're learning more all the time, and this.
Did I break even?
narrative came from the German.
You want to know my Uber Eats stats? I worked 40 hours. I spent $150 of gas, and I made $600. So I made net $450 for a week before taxes.
Yeah, they invited us. I mean, that was part of it. It's like they were looking for like.
So
how's
it works out to like $17 an hour before gas.
and
The new media, right? That's
Yeah,
why
thanks, man.
we're doing it in the new way.
But I
I was
mean,
skeptical
that's
when I
not
first got it.
taking
It's
into
not like I get a lot
account
of authoritative government sources contacting me, you know.
the car
But
repair.
the guy sends me an email, hey, I'm part of the,
Right.
you know, Turkish government tourism.
Who I have no idea how much it's gonna cost. It might be brake lines.
So I was like, all right, let's do this. And
I think it's the master
great decision,
cylinder,
because the trips
which
were
is a
great.
$150 part that I can do
it's nice to have a contact
myself.
There, you know, you
but
can, we can organise
I didn't
things. Like we did a lot of
want to do that yet
video doesn't work so well over
because
the internet, so I'm not going to run a lot of videos. I do share a lot of these videos.
one shop said it was the lines,
People are interested, but,
and if it's really the lines,
you know, we were flying
Never
drones
mind.
at a lot of these sites, and
it's
getting
pointless to
people from
buy the
above.
master cylinder.
Very rare when it comes to historical ancient sites. Like it's
You
just-
can, I think you
it's
can,
hard,
man.
You know, they're just really not
That would be the
places to
smart
do
thing
it,
to
but-
do, man. Or you can, I think you can use a
Hopefully
rental.
we'll get
I
some
think you can rent,
scans. I also talked
if you like rent for a week,
get some scans.
get a street bike. No, it takes too long, man. It takes so long. Don't need maintenance.
He wants one. I gotta
Yeah,
bring one.
maybe if you stay in downtown, but like you travel far, man.
Don't screw that one. Holy crap.
I've traveled really far,
Do they don't have enough funds to dig up these hills? I mean, yeah.
like 1,500 kilometers,
Massive sites, and it takes time, it takes money.
right?
So, yeah,
3
sure
tanks of
there's-
gas, pretty
I'm sure the
much.
funding is coming, but
2.5,
Yeah.
you know,
over 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
Hey,
Can you imagine
you
going
get the
1,000
iPad
kilometers on
and
like a little
we'll
bike?
also help you buy it. I'd love to use that as a gift.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Man, I'm going across the city. I'm going to rural areas. I'm going.
It's. And I was going to say, so this site's also being done by the Turkish authority. Like the,
I don't
it's
think
Istanbul
you'd be able to make
University.
enough money
What are you guys laughing at?
staying just downtown. I don't think there's enough orders, and I don't think
forgot about shop.
you can make enough. The distance and everything. Maybe you can, but
That's it.
Yeah. I mean, so the way this kind of things work in at least in.
because I do downtown orders.
You
I
have
go
the German
downtown
Archaeological
and I bring them
Institute putting money
to
and time into excavating
fucking
Göbekli Tepe,
Nepean.
building
I
it,
bring them out
UNESCO,
to
UN, put
South
money into
Ottawa,
running it.
West
This
Ottawa.
site's being done by the Turkish university. I think it's the Istanbul University. And yeah, I mean it's slow progress.
But
too.
yeah,
It's not like you can just,
It was hopeful.
get in there with
I was
an
gonna do
excavator
it
and go to
for the
town.
summer.
Real archaeology in these digs are like, you know, you coordinate off, you make a coordinate system, you record exactly.
No,
where
it
you
was
find
all
stuff,
really good. It was
sifting
all really
sand
good.
and dirt, trying to find specific artifacts. It's not
Everyone
a
just
fast process.
majority of people wanted to
So
leave it at
it's
the
gonna
door.
take the next couple
They
of
didn't want
decades
to
fully
any
uncover
contact with me at
sites,
all.
but This
Which
is
is fine.
super interesting to me. This one area.
Such a waste, man. Like what?
It
Guys,
has the face of it. It's weird angle.
it's just so fucking dumb.
Yeah, the face is bright. There it is there.
The face is carved into it. Has
Yeah, the
this
majority of
whole
people
really
just
this
don't want
work
to
done by Andrew Collins and
talk,
Hugh Newman,
which is cool.
showing that there's
I'm down with
this has alignment properties. I think it's
But it's
in
weird because they
equinox
would
or something,
rather
where the sunlight shines through a hole in the wall and hits
It
the
get
face.
cold outside. Someone risking stealing it and eating it,
People think about this, or at least I've heard it described as
then
a
receiving it by
fertility
hand.
temple, these being like phallic. Although this one's a
But
bit-
yeah, I've had 100% feedback, positive
That one's the
feedback,
one
which is
that's supposed to
wild.
be the guy carrying the.
That's
he's
incredible.
carrying what is it? One of the cats. He's carrying
And I think 75 deliveries I made.
That one also may be the only
I
one.
can see, I can pull up the stats right now.
stood up because this is bedrock.
That one's definitely socketed in. The
Yeah.
flat one.
The
Yeah.
flat one
It's
is
socketed
the guy
in.
carrying something is socketed in. The rest of
I made gold.
Yeah, and it's just they cut down and
Oh, we were told when we were there that all of them had
Heads
faces, heads,
on top of
separate
them.
on top, so they look phallic, but
Yeah.
they're also supposed to have heads on the top.
Earnings.
It is interesting, and it did remind me of a certain temple, a
Trips.
certain site in Peru. That's a legitimate, a legitimate phallic
20.
site. I don't know if you've seen these pictures, but it's
Oh yeah.
it's just
Details.
That's a shroom garden.
20
it's a shroom
trips.
garden. It's a hell of a shroom garden.
75. I made,
It's all
wow, I made
like
95
Forrester
trips.
and Jimmy.
It's crazy.
Yeah, this is up around.
I made like
Lake
100
Titicaca.
trips. I made 95
Might be in
trips.
Puno. It's one of these
It's
sites.
crazy.
It
That's
kind of
awesome.
just- to a
Thanks,
little- to a
man.
small extent,
Thanks,
kind of
homie.
reminded me of that. But yeah, it's I don't know what to make of that area. 'Cause if you
Yeah,
look at in
it
context
really
of the
put
overall
a
site,
toll
right,
on my
you've got
car
top
though.
left, this is
And the
this is where
roads are
that-
so
that
terrible
sunken
here.
area was with the bedrock cut features and the
You're just like
And then you
going
have
down the
this
road like
main
this the whole
giant
time.
enclosure
But dude, the
that
rental
they've
car is
excavated.
actually a great idea.
And you see a similar thing to go back to
I feel like
Pepe,
shit.
the
Don't think I
ground's
wanted
a
to
bit
job
ground
and
down,
review like
flat.
that. Oh my, dude.
There's
I don't think I'd be
bedrock
able to
features, stuff
do
carved from the bedrock.
lift
there's leopard
because
motifs all over the place here.
you're
There's
dealing with
leopards everywhere
people,
versus,
right?
you know, go back to Tepe
And
to
people are
Morocco
just
and
assholes.
fox.
They're just assholes and they can just be assholes in general, right?
This is so cool where they have their
It's a school of thought.
Yeah.
And with Lyft, I bet you're doing like a therapy session
Now we're into leopard time. Yeah.
at
And what's
times.
interesting here, I think, really, is to me that it took me a minute to
People don't
recognize it,
tip
but
well.
these
It's
piles of
crazy.
what just look like rubble, they're T-pillars.
Yep.
These are fallen, huge T-pillars. That are,
With
that
with
have
delivery,
fallen,
I think
broken up
people
and
do
just
tip
crumbled.
because
I don't know. It seems odd to think that they break like that if they just.
well,
come
I think
over.
it's now common knowledge
Something else
that
has happened here to these things. And you can see there's broken features all around the place, and there's other T-pillars that they found.
so Uber delivery drivers,
Almost
we
like
see how much the ride is, or the delivery is, right, including tip. So if there's no tip, usually it's like $3 or something. And I saw a YouTube video to reject
to 11, 12,000 years
anything under
ago.
$6,
Talking for this enclosure.
and I agree.
Yeah. Now this site.
Any trip under $6, and I agree. And they have like a per mile ratio that I forgot. But
Yeah.
so if you don't tip, you're getting your food later, or maybe never.
And again, this
Not
site
never,
is
but
covered in these lids. These little
yeah,
very
dude, it's half the money is tips. The other half is Uber. Uber only paid something like $300 for me
they're doing
working 40 hours for them. You know how much of a billion-dollar company that company is?
They were living here.
It's insane,
maybe
man.
those people are the source of the mid.
Yep.
That they may have occupied these. They
In
may have
Ottawa,
occupied
I
all
think
80 of
people in
these
Ottawa are
sites
just
that all over
nice.
The Taj Capelaire, the Stone Hills out there.
But I've been working the days. I've been doing the day.
Stone Hills.
So I've been delivered to some
Yeah, and
businesses.
This was
And some
quite
businesses,
nice to
they
see this
just
in
they
its-
tip
in
the
its place. You can
15%
see
whatever,
it
right? Like on a
knocked
business
out and
lunch,
that's
right? 'Cause I knew that with
probably a
delivering
natural
pizza
crack
from
that might crack this thing away from
fucking
the bedrock.
2003. I delivered
Estimates
pizza,
as to the mass of this thing, so you're talking
and I would
20
deliver
ton.
like 5-6 pizzas to a business, and it'd be like a $200
No
order,
joke,
and they'd
you'd have to
fucking
move
tip like
around this
$30
whole
bucks.
site,
And
like,
it's just like, oh my
where these
god.
people are standing up on the back, like that's kind of the top of the hill, and it goes.
Those
further
are rare,
over and
but
down
it
to that
happens.
main site. But you have, T-pillars all over the place here.
Right.
Um,
But that looks like it would have been one of the big ones in that main cut enclosure. It's the same size. A lot of the other ones in the circles around the area.
But I mean, that $17 per hour, that's included the tips.
So again, it gives you the concept of like unfinished work. Like they
But that doesn't
weren't
include car
complete,
insurance,
whatever they were doing.
tires.
yeah.
The other thought I had about that
new
pillar
brake
was
lines,
sliced
brake
it
master
long,
cylinders,
made two
oil
pillars.
changes.
No, they could have done that too. Yeah.
They're not in Toronto, a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, now cut it in half.
Dude, renting the car is actually like
With your
a genius idea,
Yeah, with
man.
your flint chisel.
Flint chisel. Right. Yeah, I don't know.
try, I gotta do
Well,
science
let's
on
see.
it.
How much is it to rent a car now?
Very similar rocks here.
Net profit was $450.
I got to cut a T-pillar out of the.
I got piles of flint nodules out there that I've collected. I'm gonna go.
Come afterwards.
And time
Do it.
lapse that.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see that. That would be.
With
That would be
not
an interesting
tipping.
But yeah, so
Oh, I
fantastic
see.
site.
Like,
I get to see it a couple times.
wow, it's
thankfully.
insane.
I think we even came here on one of our days.
Right.
off.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, it's just I'm
Getting
interested to see
any
what is uncovered over time.
No,
And
man.
Like you said, like 40 to 80 more sites just like these.
Oh, you're in Montreal?
Around
Yeah,
this region.
maybe.
It kind of reminds me of what we're finding in the Amazon now, right? With
Right.
the city.
You should get an
size,
electric
the
skateboard, man.
remnants of what seem to be cities and these massive
That'd be amazing.
earthworks and geometric objects that are being uncovered thanks to like deforestation in the Amazon. And it just
Also
to me,
extremely
it seems
dangerous.
to represent another hidden chapter of human history, human civilization. Because I just, end of the day, I don't think you have any other explanation for this stuff other than civilization.
And much more comfortable than like a bike. You can bring it in places, you
And
can
I don't know
carry
when
it.
it started. I do like the idea that it may have been inhabited by hunter-gatherers later on, and that might explain some of the things we're finding now.
That is.
You're not sitting on like a little seat up your ass.
Like you're saying, seems to be a similar story. These very old structures built by completely unknown people, and then they were found and inhabited.
Yeah, so I don't know, man.
Convenient.
Uber Eats,
Now, these
not
are
a very
less
good job,
convenient. A
but
lot of these are far away from water sources. Even when the place was much more fertile, had trees and water, it's still at the top of the hill instead of down by the river. But
Yeah. Yeah, the one other thing you have a similarity, go back to Tepe and the other
Fucked,
places
man.
with these hands that seem to wrap around, or these ones have
like a lot of the
fingers,
tips are
fingers,
are
hands,
pity
the way
tips
they're
for sure.
carved, but some of
100%.
Some of these T-pillars, at least a couple that we saw, have the same sort of hand and
yeah,
arm
that one has
wrapping.
way too many fingers.
Way
too.
too many.
Yeah.
A number of fingers.
But I'm fast.
And
I deliver really fast.
I wanted to comment on here, which again, it's just this random similarity, and it may not.
And I use a hot bag, so the food is really hot. Like it's really hot, and it's fast.
One of these earlier, it was these channels that were cut in the block. I mean, I don't know if it was for.
You rent a car for $250 a week. Wow, that's a
It's
great
these things.
2023
Saw a lot of
price.
these, like these channels that were cut.
Yes.
See these? Like
You make.
was used
Does
for
that include
some sort of
insurance
doing
though?
Something here
Yeah.
to flow. I mean,
That might not include insurance.
and I have to get you guys.
There's a big one. There's a big one going into the enclosure there. The rock cut enclosure with all the little.
And then if you use your own insurance, then that means you have your
I
own
do have a
car, and
picture
then
of it,
you're
maybe.
you're renting a car and own a car and pay insurance on your own car.
But yeah, it's funny
I
that
don't know.
it actually looks a
I'm
lot
just
like
talking hypotheticals, but you know what I mean.
stuff you see in Peru. See this? You see similar. This is Peru. These are in the hills around Cusco and in Kenko. You just have these weird channels that are cut into the stone. And I
What?
just, I don't know what's going on here, but you can see maybe this is a decorative thing.
Come with insurance? Oh wow,
Who knows what? But you see this
insane.
This sort of stuff happens all over the place in the typical
you
uninterrupted,
serious?
really old style of architecture.
Yeah,
see
but
places
then
like
you're
Kenko
not
and whatnot in Peru.
rentals. Yeah,
I just had a like man,
crazy.
it's very similar to what you see at Kenko. And
Yeah,
the
rental
hills of,
cars are
Cusco,
nice.
which is all part of Sacsayhuaman originally. Like that was all one giant site, and then they just started tearing it down for construction later on. But
Yeah, real quick. Viking Gaming, thanks, buddy. Appreciate the donation. And yeah, we just shouted you out on Randall stream too. And then you're getting a shout out here. And Rex, $10. He says it was the what is it called? The thing with the pillars. It's Fertile Farmer's Phallus Palace. That's what he calls it. Fertile Farmer.
Hey, is that really alliteration?
There's wrong. Yeah, the wrong letters.
yeah, the channels for metallurgy, I don't know. I don't suspect so. I don't know though. I think we'll have to- but, so So there's a couple other sites we could hit on here that I wanted to really talk about that I found interesting. One was Sogmatara, and I do want to throw a shout out here to CF Apps. I meant to. My buddy Chuck, who I used to talk with all the time, unfortunately and sadly passed away.
No, dude, Dick, you're smart for selling. It's so
I used to spend a
expensive,
lot of time
man.
talking with Chuck, and
It's
he was
just
one
too
of the guys that gave
expensive.
me, one of my first shout outs.
I'm just reconsidering whether I can afford
get the channel
any
started, so,
car right
yeah,
now
and he
in my
did
life.
a lot of videos about
I might not be able to.
Sogmatara. Hello.
What are you doing? This is cool.
We've got Car Cam.
I was gonna share. Keep going.
But
That's my last
and
hope.
he was
Hopefully they
fascinated
tell
with
me
Sogmatara. And he did
it's just
a lot of
master
exceptional
cylinder
work
or
with
like a
channels.
line or two.
I really enjoyed speaking with Chuck. It was very sad about with what happened, but going to Sogmatara and actually
Man,
seeing
I've
it for
learned
the
so
first
much
time
about
and knowing
cars
him
the
and
last
getting to
fucking
go there, I was
year
yeah,
from my neon to
I
this
was
car.
thinking about him a lot when I was there, because it's an absolutely fascinating site. Like it's a central man-made massive
Yo,
pyramid
what's up,
structure
Yoshi?
that
You're in a
it's called, like,
slideshow right
slash
now.
pyramid, so it's giant man-made thing that's in the middle of a couple of what would have been flowing water or tributaries.
Never own a
of,
car again.
small rivers. And then dotted around it, you have all of these temples that Russ, you said, maybe even 6,000 years old or older, that are dedicated to the planets. It's
I'm
a
so
really mysterious
demoralized,
site. There's a
Toad,
modern-day
that
village
I'm
that's right
just.
there and you go and visit it, but
I'm very demoralized.
it was a really interesting site to hit, and it's one of those things that's never really been excavated properly.
You can see where the ancient river was. It came and it splits around this. It actually completely encloses this little island, which would have been in the river. And the mound is basically whatever the citadel, the structure, the pyramid, whatever they built there, has completely covered that island. And they built on it so many
Like,
times.
come on, like, what are you doing? What are you doing with your life?
Like they've been doing archaeology and they're finding layers of structure all the way at the bottom of it. So.
Yeah, this is it here. This is the man-made mound in the middle, and the water would have passed through
So
the side of
dumb.
it and then dotted on these hilltops.
Guys, I'm just so
Are all
angry.
these temples, and there's Christian climbing on shit again.
Christian, yeah.
You're saying yes? That's insane, dude.
Yeah, and then you have like these
Toad,
structures that
what's
were
the
up on these
move?
limestone hills dotted around it and within a
What's
line of
what's
sight that are
what's the
dedicated to
move?
planets.
What are they
It's
doing?
quite an interesting site. And there's a lot that has been said about this. There's alignments with other sites. Chuck's research into it is really fascinating. And yeah, we climbed up on top of the mound in the middle, and yeah, it's entirely
Yeah,
man-made.
there's block walls sticking out of the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, some stonework
Yeah.
there. And that's that's very similar to the stonework we see on the temples on the hills. It looks just like it in style.
I've lost on how to get down.
Yeah, how do we get down? Yeah.
I do have a video. I was videoing him at the time, and we were almost half expecting him to
It is steep.
It is steep. It's steeper than it looks.
Yeah.
He was stumbling around looking for a way down off the hill.
He's right over top of the tiny bit of archaeology that's being
Yeah,
done.
this is this extent. Yeah, okay.
Right.
But you can see where that hit stonework and that hit build.
Right. Those old.
Oh wow, that's true, Hideyoshi. That is true.
They've been doing some digging.
R.I.P.
But
Tina
yeah,
Turner.
I mean, we hit a few more places than this. There's a whole
Golden
bunch.
Eye.
You know, you kind of need to do it in the way you guys have done it with 6 hours of podcasting to kind of cover a
Wild.
lot of the details of what we touched on. But my other favourite site, I'd have to say from this, would be Mount Nemrut.
Oh yeah.
Nemrut was something else. I mean, so this is a quite a famous site. I mean,
Digital dollar
as you
for
drive
the
up to it,
divides
difference was
people who
this
vote.
is not down in the
Are they
valleys,
ready for it?
the
Is the
regular
system ready?
area. This is up in the mountains. And I
Eliminates
think- I
middle
think the site
class.
itself is something like
Yeah,
7,000 feet.
you're right. It does.
And as you can see, there's snow dotted around up here. So we couldn't get there the first week because of snow, and we managed to get up there the second week. And
Wow, insane.
Thank you, buddy. 108.
That's scary, Dick.
Yeah.
That's a really Fed now. It is not called
it has
Fed
one
now.
of the largest,
It is not called the Fed
It
now.
is the largest tumulus.
the largest tumulus mound. Yeah, I was going to say it's the largest tumulus mound in the
Clown
world.
world, man.
And you got to haul your ass up this staircase and climb up. I think it's 400 feet to get up.
Fed now.
At 7,000 feet, so it's a bit of fun. But
And you get a snow fight, snowball.
you
fight.
can get a snowball fight. I literally have that video. Alyssa throwing a snowball at you, I think.
Oh, we're so screwed, man.
I got her though.
Peter Shell with the 108 as well, dude. Thank you
I
so
should
much.
have just stayed in Florida.
Thanks so much. You're being very generous to both of us. Thanks, man. Very, very kind. Appreciate it. Well, okay.
Oh my god, we're just so screwed.
It's all processional numerology, Russ. It doesn't matter. I think. I don't know. You
So
never know.
insane.
I don't have an attaboy, so I can't tell.
I don't either. I don't have any. Kyle has all the.
I did hear that part. Kyle has all the attaboys. All right, he's got 2.5. But yeah, this is. But the thing to notice about this that I found astonishing is it's basically the highest peak in the area. Was it not? It was more or less the. It's the highest peak.
Jeez.
So this mound of chips, of limestone chips, was put here.
Yeah. That thing is constructed.
It's been constructed.
I mean, it looks
Insane.
like it was put there by a lift, like by a
Bud Light,
auger.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're
Right.
called.
Just spewing it. It's like a mine. It's like a.
used all over
it's
the
like
US. That's insane, dude.
It's like a tailings pile.
Yes.
Yeah. From a giant auger that's just from the sky.
And you know it's
does look
it's
like
gonna just go seamlessly, and
And-
people are just gonna accept it, and it's just gonna be
And
a
it's got
nightmare.
the megalithic works.
It's gonna be
just.
it's gonna like it's gonna be such a dystopian nightmare.
Name of the
It already is.
civilization, all the kings that created the.
Dudes, did you see all the
this
homeless
stuff
in
that
downtown
means
Ottawa when I was delivering
Gene
food?
Capsule,
Holy
Queens,
jeez! Did you see
Eagles,
that homeless
all made
Indian
from,
guy that tried to
Tour limestone,
that
which is
literally jumped in front of my
hard
car
to
and
find
tried to make me hit
limestone
him
that's
to
similar
to
the
get
location stones of the
like
pyramid
a fucking
that surrounds it.
lawsuit
So
or
you
some
have this
shit?
incredible megalithic and this
Or
artwork
claim
that's
disability.
around
Did you
2,000
see
years
that?
old at least, they think.
I
Yeah,
really
this
kind of fucking
civilization's
should have
pretty
ran him
well
down, that
related to where they
motherfucker.
are. It's spectacular, but it's built around this massive tumulus mound of chips. It's the biggest one in the world, on the tallest peak in the region that was all carried up here, that they have scanned, and they know that there's at least a two or three like chambered structure beneath it.
It's just so crazy.
And they did some excavations
Ottawa.
in the 1970s.
I guess it's just like
And-
DC.
As you can imagine, this is a dangerous thing to try and excavate. A couple of people died in the Turkish.
Ottawa is the new DC, dude.
More excavated.
Ottawa is the new
That is the
fucking
like,
Washington
genius
DC. Like, not even fucking lying, man.
It's good because this is also for people that have maybe
There's
watched the
fucking beautiful parts
Sphinx video
literally
that
right
just
beside
recently talked
homeless
about the Hall of
slums. Like,
Records and Edgar
it doesn't make any
Casey,
sense.
The American prophet, who a lot of people made a lot of money
We
based on his
use
predictions
chain
and
methods in
prophecies
Walmart
on
and
the stock
Target.
market.
Wow, insane.
Made a lot of people a lot of money, but he also had these sayings and
Homeless
visions
here.
and prophecies about the Hall of Records, the Atlantean civilization, or whatever advanced civilization you want to call it.
Okay, credit
And he
cards.
talked about 3 locations around
The
the
good
world.
mall.
One of them being,
Crazy,
the
man.
Sphinx.
It's sad. No,
This
it's
was
sad.
another one. Like this was
Like,
another area
it's
that they
it's
were.
it's
they,
fucked.
they had talked about as potentially being a location
It's
for
really
a
fucked.
Hall of Records,
Right.
and we can't get in there, and we're not getting in. And it just makes you wonder: was there something here? Did these people recognise what had been done here? Maybe there were legends they heard about. Is that what caused them to build this? Go to the incredible amount of effort it would have taken to create these thrones and these.
Like, what are you doing?
And these dedications to it.
What are you even doing?
It's hard. Again, you're looking at, do we correlate the tumulus mound and what's beneath it to the statues and everything that's on the outside?
The statues and the tumulus mound being the same, and had the chambers that are in it, the known chambers, they've done some, like you said, a while back they did GPR scanning. They know there's at least 3 open chambers in there. The standard story is that they think this is the tomb of the
King.
It's scary, Dick.
whatever his name is, the king. So that's the standard story. So
Oh yeah, after the whole COVID thing, I feel like they understand that they can do whatever they want now, and that they have the police in their pocket, they have the general public in their pocket, they have the media in their pocket. Like, we're fucked. It's over.
Associate himself with this ancient place, which is
Different 2 jewelry store heists in Toronto. Wow, insane.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's, like robbings are gonna be much more common.
Just letting you know.
Unfortunately, sadly, people are desperate.
Yeah, it should have been the last indie movie. Indian short round search for the Hall of Records. Yeah, they're probably better than what's coming out now. I don't.
And they're
From what I've
rejecting
heard,
employment
it's like,
insurance
there's only 3 Indiana
applications.
Jones movies. Damn it. Okay. It ends at the Last Crusade.
You didn't like Crystal Skull?
I'm like
I
going.
love
I'm
that
gonna look
Did
to
you?
go on
I've heard
welfare,
that. I
man.
like
I'm like
that
going
one, yeah.
welfare.
I know it's not as popular with many people, but I was like, this is cool. It's got aliens.
The next one's gonna be. Oh, I remember you with your Swedish selfie stick out there, swinging your phone out trying to get this scan. But dude, that worked out.
Oh yeah, that's true, Dick.
I couldn't get the back, but
That's fantastic. They wouldn't let us step over the rope. There was.
I know. Yeah.
Ramazan tried, and the guys are like, nope, you can't do it. I'm like, literally, can we just step over this rope and scan the back of these things? And they wouldn't let us scan it, but Kyle, you did a great job there. Yeah. Good job. I have an iPad, and Kyle's smarter than me. He has the scanning app on the phone, which you can attach to the end of a long pole
Please.
and stick it out there.
Yeah, he's using a narcissistic.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you just have to deal. I mean, that's normal now, right? Normal to see selfie sticks, but
these
it's
carvings are just beautiful.
fantastic for a.
Oh my God, the world's slowest pause. Watch local news from New York City. Oh, dude, I
You
can
know,
imagine.
I saw tube drills and notches that were in the statues. Whether it was something that was done to attach something to it, or potentially modern. I don't know, to move them. I don't know. Because there are tube drills on some of these statues. There are like cylindrical holes in them. Selfie stick to scan the backs. We're literally using a selfie stick to get this scan because the rope is like 6 to 10 feet in front of it, and they wouldn't let us cross the rope.
Such
Like that.
fucking
We were literally
scam.
like the only. There was maybe 2 or 3 other people there. Those guys were watching us.
So I know we're on. I just wanted to show this real quick. This is the reason why I actually connected my phone to this chat. This is that rock cut chamber.
And there's the channel.
Nice. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was a good scan.
That was a good scan.
But this is what's beautiful about these scans. I mean, look at the shape of this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the channel.
Yeah, there's a channel here, and then it.
Scary stuff, Dick.
Oh, I'm sharing it myself.
So,
It's sharing.
okay.
It puts this thing.
Hi.
You think they're gonna set it out in the U.S. first, and then what about Canada?
So yeah, I mean, it looks like.
What's the
a
plan for
cat
Canada?
Or, maybe a sperm. Which how would they do
It does.
You
Yeah.
know what that looks like.
And that's exactly what the carving in some people in the chat here were saying. Like, there's a little swimmer over there in Peru too.
Yeah.
What we saw it looked like. Yeah. That's interesting.
Did you scan the entire mound of gravel?
No, I did scan a.
I got a few scans too. I typically pull them off and put them on the computer, but I should use the iPad.
Yeah, I should have done that with these.
Carbon footprint
this is
Visa
one of the
cards?
This is Karahan.
Wow,
Yeah, I remember you marching around.
That's so
taking this time
dumb.
to scan this thing.
This was
it's the
hard.
dumbest thing ever.
That's a
You
good
can
effort.
clearly see the circle.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm moving too fast for the.
No, it actually
Clown
works.
world, man.
But you can see these, the circles or at least the curve.
The landscape, the curvature of the stone circle. Yeah. There's a circle within a circle there. It looks like.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
then
you have an
it's like
outer
the central
curve and an
pillar's
inner curve.
right there.
Yep, there's the 2 central ones. Yep.
It's
Nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
pretty cool.
You're doing actual work, Kyle.
iPhone Pro 13 Pro. That's starting from 12 Pro.
I'm still amazed with
Now
COVID,
kick me out of the meeting so I don't
watching
have
that
to
people would literally stab other people in the back,
No, I was clicking, but okay.
People are asking
figuratively.
it's the 12 Pro and later phones that have these.
Wait,
Yeah,
what's
and,
that?
And I think it's the iPad 11.
Yeah, I've had
Or
a
later,
Pro.
I'm assuming. Have the
Pro one have it.
Yeah, really cool. I mean, so Turkey, interesting. Like, it's just
Wow.
one of those places. I think we're going to uncover more in the next couple
That's
of decades.
the dumbest thing I've ever seen, Dick.
I hope. Yeah, it just seems like a whole hidden chapter of human history to me. Okay. Do you want to?
Where are we going next?
Where we going next? God damn it! Well, we know where we're going next.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Well, next is the Cosmic Summit.
That's right.
So we are in, was that 3 weeks away? We're all off to the Cosmic Summit.
Is it 3 weeks?
It's about 3 weeks, bro. You better have some. Are you doing slides or are you doing a picture show?
Well, I just did it again at
Scablands.
Wow.
Scablands, but I need to send them the actual slides.
Insane.
Scablands presentation.
You know what's gonna happen
I
too.
have pared it down, trimmed it up, got it nice and thin and good.
Oh wow.
But I have to actually put it together as a slideshow.
Yeah, I know. It's nice to be able to zoom in and all that stuff.
I hear what you're saying. So you
But
think
yeah,
something's gonna
yeah,
happen?
So Russ and I are speaking at the Cosmic Summit, which is coming up. But after that, I mean, we'll probably do Montana trip as well. But the big thing that I wanted to tell people about on this while everyone's here in chat was that we are closing in on finalising our Egypt trip. So let me do a bit of this. Over here, where are we? Screen share. Let's go. So we've been talking about this. We're not doing a trip this year, but next year.
And thanks to our buddy Troy.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Big shout out. He's in
Yes.
the chats.
So we're going to be going back to Egypt, and we're looking at putting on an extension to Lebanon and Baalbek.
Yes. Right.
Yeah. So February next year, we've got the dates are all now down. The extension to Baalbek will be beyond the 22nd, so it's like a 16-day tour in Egypt. And we're looking at something like 4 nights in, 4 or 5 nights in
5 days. He said
five days in Lebanon. So Byblos, Baalbek, the museum there. There's a couple other little things to see, but Baalbek's obviously the main attraction. And yeah, it'll be us and Yusuf, and looking at this for February. So I just want to let people know that's coming soon. We're still trying to nail down the last couple of details, but if you're interested in going to Egypt, this will be a fun trip.
Crazy.
My birthday's gonna be on that trip.
Yeah.
Yours?
February 12th.
Yeah.
Ah, very nice. Yeah. So
Show them the real poster.
show them the real post.
I'm just kidding.
No, I will.
Put this picture in there.
We've gone that far. We've gone this far.
Well, maybe we should be a little bit.
Here's Kyle's first attempt at the post. So I do like this one. It's just
Yeah. That's the legit poster. That is that's the official legit. It's pimping in Egypt.
Pippin in Egypt poster. I should explain for people that went. We went to like a store that had all sorts of gear in it, and we all decided to hit the sunglass rack and
We just got the most ridiculous.
we got the
ones we
most
could.
stupid sunglasses we could find, and started to pose for it.
Yeah, this is the band.
This is the band.
Pyramid.
The pyramid hits exactly.
In the other one, like me and Russ are the only ones where they're looking Egyptian.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, Troy's is much more professional and yes.
I do like that. It's fun. Yusuf is a god. Yeah, Yusuf's the main man now. I really enjoyed it. The last trip was so good. Everybody kind of had. It's one of those bucket list items, and it's people had a. I think the experience was.
Oh, like
I
what?
find that if you are listening to you guys or you're on my channel and you're deep down the rabbit hole on some of these topics, and then coming to Egypt and you find other people that are like
Oh yeah,
that,
it's gonna get really bad.
it's a self-selecting group of really interesting people. It's always been the case with all of these things that we've done, and the people that come make the trip, and it's fantastic. So everybody out there that has been on these trips, thanks for coming. I've grown to really enjoy showing or watching people make connections with other people on these trips, because it's one of those things. It's like I hear it all the time. People say that, I try to talk to my family or my friends about these topics.
Imagine it next summer,
because I'm
yeah.
interested in them and
Yeah,
they don't
really.
care or they don't want to hear about it. But just imagine,
It's crazy, but the
you go to a
aircraft
place
carrier.
or on one of these trips, and it's
I
like
know
every
there's one in
person's
New
gonna be
York.
interested in talking about it, and we'll
The
go
aircraft
down the rabbit hole
carrier
with you
in
and explore ideas
Midtown
and stuff like that.
Manhattan.
So, yeah, we have people from trips from 3-4 years ago that are still flying across the planet to visit each other, and Telegram groups that are still going. So it'll be a fun trip. Yep. Good
Got like an
itinerary. We have like
F-18
6,
on
7
there and
special
shit. It's
missions.
pretty
It's
cool.
gonna be epic. We're going back out to. I'm really interested in showing. You guys haven't been there. I've only been there once, but Abu Rawash.
Abu Rawash. Yes.
going out to the pyramid in the north.
Lots of junkies and robbers.
Yep. What about Abu Dry?
Abu Dry. Abu Dry. That comes next. That's next. That's the year.
Boo. Boo.
Deki, Rahul, thank you guys. Double select.
Yeah, they're visiting pyramids by day, destroying the hotels by night. That's
Pretty much what happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hotels are nice. It's a 5-star experience.
Never got
So
off.
it's fun.
Oh,
Anyway, I
cool,
just want to
man.
let people know that's coming soon.
That's cool.
So stay tuned for news about that. Hopefully in the next week or two. We're just waiting on the last few details for Lebanon. So.
Yeah, once we get the Lebanon details, we'll be releasing it for people to start buying tickets.
Yep.
Get plans going.
Yeah, I can't wait to get to Baalbek. Like that's the Baalbek's and the quarry. We'll definitely be hitting the quarry and the whole, you know.
Oh, Greg's already been there.
Oh, Greg has, yeah. Old Greg.
Yeah, Greg
old,
went-
old Greg went there from Turkey. Yeah.
Yes, he scouted it out for us. It's an amazing photograph.
Please.
Yeah.
All right, Ben. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We always the shows we do with you are always amazing.
Dude.
Tell people in our audience, if they don't know, which they should, where they can find you.
It's unchartedx.com or youtube.com/c/unchartedx is all my work, and you can find links to all the socials and all the rest there. And you should do the same if people aren't following Brothers
Cool.
of the Serpent. Go and subscribe to them on YouTube. They're getting into video. All their stuff with
That's
audio,
too bad.
but I've been working my magic on them for a couple of years now. They're starting to do video, and I know there are produced YouTube videos in the future. They're coming.
Right, yes.
It's too bad to hear.
Yeah, so brothersoftheserpent.com is the website, and I'm still working on the new website, so we're going to get a much more professional website soon. And then, yes, you can subscribe to us
Crazy.
on Brothers of the Serpent is our channel.
Their podcast is excellent too. If you guys listen to podcasts, Spotify, whatever.
The investigation
all
is
the podcast
ongoing.
sources, But that's it's a great podcast.
Anywhere podcasts can be found. We do long-form book reports where we take books about these ancient mysteries and we just
Yeah,
go
David
through
Caruso's on the case.
where I've gone through and kind of abridged it and selected certain things, and sometimes we do 11
More
episodes
like
on a single book, doing discussions and everything.
Doug
So if you
Ford
like
is
that
on
kind
the
of
case.
long-form discussion in audio.
Bill
check it
Blair's
out.
on the
Lots
case.
of
You're
really great
fucked.
books and,
Yeah,
It's
and they
over.
do one a week. It's amazing. They're regular. They do
It's
it one a week,
over.
and I have a podcast. It's been about 8 months since I've released an episode.
No, I keep refreshing my Uncharted X podcast feed.
I will
and it
do.
keeps not giving me anything.
It's coming next couple days.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
Guaranteed.
I'm gonna throw a party when I get a new Uncharted X podcast episode. So rare.
That's a good point.
All right, guys. Great show.
Yep.
Chats.
Thanks,
thank
trolls.
You.
Chats.
Yeah, thanks, trolls on our chats.
Yeah, and thank you guys so much for the support. I'd say that to both the Snake support and my support. Thank you guys so much. Much appreciated. I do stream. I'll just say this too. I do stream on Twitch a couple times a week. So I'm sorry if I didn't keep up with the chat in here. But if you want to chat to me and ask questions, please do catch me on Twitch. You can find all the details on the website. We'll get into it. But yeah, sorry. Happening in the chat.
We also have Discord channels. Just want to throw this out there. We have a Discord. Ben
Wow,
has one.
crazy.
They're both very
There's a
active.
video of
Ben
it.
always
Let's see.
posts, like when he's going to stream, he posts notifications in his Discord for the streams coming up. So that's a good way to get notifications for that. And then our Discord is huge. There's people constantly talking. So any subject you want to talk on, ancient mysteries or anything else, you can come into Discord. Yep. There's a link to join our Discord on our website. All right.
Sounds like a cool place. I think I might check it out.
Yeah. Epic. All right. What do we got? Jonathan. Let me remember. Jonathan, Peter, and Troy are executives. Thank you guys so much for joining.
And New Face.
And New Face, yeah. And Troy, once again, thanks for the artwork for the Egypt trip.
Yep. Shake Aaron, thank you for the 20, the last minute there. Dub Selector, thank you as well. And everybody else that did the super chats and everything else in the chat. I'm just sorry if I missed you, but thank you so much.
Yeah.
Cheers.
All right.
14 acres.
Then stop streaming in OBS, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. I'll be streaming live.
We
next
love you
week.
guys.
Yeah. That's your cue.
There we go.
Always have.
I fucked it up, yeah. He didn't do it.
Always have.
Sorry. I said we love
Always
you.
will.
Welcome back to the Uncharted X podcast. This is Ben, and this is episode School of New Data and
Today is the 3rd of October, 2021. This is our merry group entering at Sakara again with Jimmy of Bright Insight, the famous Serapeum at Sakara. Okay. Okay, so here you see this is a massive lid. 30-ton lid for a box. This is one of the ones that was never finished. And we should take our time in here. So this is one of the Serapeum boxes. At a guess, I would say 50 tons, the lid and the box itself. And then when you look at the hieroglyphics, you'll notice that they're of a cruder quality than the surfaces of the box itself, which shows us the hieroglyphics were added later. This is one of the bigger ones. This is more like 80 to 100 tons. And it's not finished. So which I never noticed before. So this one was moved into position and the lid was put on, but it was never completely finished. Because the finished ones have a very glossy glass-like surface.
This level's so freaking hard.
Yep.
I think I'm gonna stop playing this level in
Yeah,
game
they had
soon.
to drop it down into
I might play another random game. Like Mario or something. Mario 64.
Bad boy.
I just need to do something else.
Somebody dropped their phone.
Okay, and then here is the box. The lid that we saw in the hallway is the lid for this one. Again, mysteriously work suddenly stopped at the Serapeum,
Thanks for being here.
likely
Appreciate
because
it.
of an ancient cataclysm. And again, crude hieroglyphics on the side. Okay, now we're continuing along, and again, this one is incomplete. The box is in place, the lid is on top, but it was never finished.
So bad. Oh my god.
They let us go inside. We went inside it.
You did?
Yeah, the guy let us go.
Oh.
He's taking tips. No, the guy.
So here's another one that's not quite finished.
How much did you pay?
And another one of the boxes.
These are for giants.
Oh my god.
Okay. Big enough for giants.
I think only giants can move it. Did they find them like this, half open?
Yeah.
Maybe they're like giant sleeping or stasis pods.
That's one theory.
Yeah.
Yep.
For surviving cataclysms, you know?
Exactly.
They all hide, get in these.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like the cataclysm hit before they were able to occupy them.
That means their bones are probably
Oh, come on.
Or taken, confiscated by the government.
No, I don't think they, you know,
Vaporized.
they were found with the lids open.
How many are there?
23. Yeah.
Well, these guys obviously got some big equipment down here to put these together.
Yeah, but not big enough to be able to move the lids.
Brian, do you have a theory on the boxes?
Sorry?
Do you have a theory on the boxes? Like their purpose?
Yeah, there are different theories. One is that they were for like energy regeneration of the ancient builders. Like this is where they would go when they were on rest time or whatever, to rejuvenate their body. It's not the place where they put Apis bulls, though. Now, there's no way to get equipment down here to be able to move the lids.
Yeah.
So
Maybe they were moving it themselves, physically, because they were giants.
or maybe with other kinds of energy, yeah. Now, this is the one where they took gunpowder and blew the end off and found nothing inside.
This is the only one that was sealed?
Yeah.
The inner walls are smooth. The outer wall is still rough.
Yeah, they're,
This is another best thing.
no, very good point. So, it's unfinished.
Oh, man.
Maybe vampire stuff.
So again, every single one of these, the lid is ajar. Either pushed forward or pushed back or pushed off to the side.
Do you think that's original, these doors, sewing doors here?
The what?
This arch, do you think that's original? Or
Yeah. That's so you can rotate the lid by 90 degrees. Yeah. A recess made so that they can be open and closed.
That one was black.
Yeah, that one they had to blast it.
There's one small enough over there that they have on gun, so they obviously lifted that one up.
Yeah.
You could bring airbags down here and potentially move the smaller ones, but I don't know about this one.
So again, the standard story that these were burial places for large Apis bulls, but what the Egyptologists will not even start to discuss is how it's possible
Like, fuck it
that
right
they
off,
were
man.
made, where the stone came from, and how they were moved into position. So, obviously, we're looking at a very ancient, advanced civilization that was here in pre-dynastic times and had the capability of cutting a block that originally would have been somewhere in the nature of 150 tons, had the ability to cut the lid off. The lid and the box are always from one piece of stone, and move the stone, likely from the Aswan quarry, which is the very southern area of Egypt. So we're talking about minimum 400 miles. Get them into the tunnel, put them into the niche, take the lid, put the lid on, take the lid off, fine-tune the top of the box and the lid so that they would fit almost perfectly, or actually perfectly, hermetically sealed. with no artificial light that we know of, no smoke or soot or anything on the ceiling. The ceilings have never been cleaned. So again, the mystery of how they were able physically to do this in a place that would have been pitch black. And as you see, the surfaces are not really flat. They have all these dips in them. That seems to have been very much deliberate.
In the wrong business all along. Why, what's the right business? The heisting, yeah, really. We're definitely inexperienced. We're definitely slow to the races, off the races, to become a heister. The real future is creating an AI chat fraudster bot, so that even if you do get caught, you can't blame it on you, because it was the AI bot that did everything. The AI bot will be the fall person.
So who's gonna maybe let us in?
Then the next most sophisticated heist would be like politics. Should have been a Ukrainian comedian. That wears green hoodies and boots. Like a fool.
Sorry? Oh, you did pay?
No, are we meant to? 'Cause he
Yes.
said something like that, and Jimmy's like, oh,
No, you have to pay.
no. Oh, right, right.
Yeah. You have to be very discreet and just put a bill in his hand directly.
So that's at an angle. That's different than the others. No?
What's that?
See how it's at an angle?
It's just twisted. But yeah, it's not properly set into place for some reason. Again, it looks like something disturbed the work that was doing here, because, you know, not all of them are finished, not all of them are properly set into place.
Good.
Again, notice the depression in the walls here. Deep enough so that the lid can be rotated.
Definitely looks like smoke there.
Yeah, but not on the ceiling. Mm-hmm. So here's one that's finely polished. Who's in there? Is there a ladder? No, to get into the box.
I don't know, maybe around the other side.
Okay, moment please. What you find?
Yeah.
Can you see through there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, now we have a gentleman here, one of the caretakers, who has invited us to climb into the box.
Madame.
He's got it.
What's that?
Doctor. Doctor. Motor is here.
Okay, great, great. Okay, if you've been in the box, okay, if you're going into the box, you have to give him a tip. Like 100 pounds would be a good tip.
I know.
Okay.
But I'm not even going in because I don't think I can actually lift my body off again. Get out of it. I think I'm too heavy for that.
So look at the fineness of the finish.
Doctor.
Is Jimmy in? Is somebody in there?
No, I did jump in there.
Okay.
I filmed.
Okay, everybody who is in here, and especially if you're going into the box, give this man at least 100 pounds. This is completely illegal what he's doing. So, this is, you know, it's very rare to be allowed to do this. And here we have the inside. You can already hear the resonant quality of it just by me speaking
Like what?
into it like this. Or So that's not a hippie, kooky thing to do a harmonic sound with these boxes, because the boxes respond to the sound of Om. Somebody want to go in? No? Okay, we have a volunteer from our group. Yeah.
Come down?
No, go ahead. No, yeah. It's not for tourists. What he's doing is a very special treat he's doing for us.
Perfect corners.
And the corners, you can't see, but the corners are not sharp. Corners have a slight curve to them, as if a router was utilized. Okay, can you try to make a resonant sound?
You're right.
Like Om? So, I wasn't kidding. The box does respond to the sound of Om, just like the box in the King's Chamber. Very good. And look at the incredible finish. So now we're at the box in the Serapeum, which is the most famous because it has inscriptions on it. So you notice the hieroglyphics? The most interesting thing about the hieroglyphics is you'll see their cartouches here somewhere.
But it looks so primitive, Brian. I mean,
I know, exactly.
It looks like a sloppy.
Well, whoever built the box was not responsible for the hieroglyphics.
This kind of sloppy. Look at the lines. I want to see if I can see.
Yeah, it's like a child did it. But again, Egyptologists insist that the makers of the box and the inscriptions were done at the same time. And it's like, no.
How could you know?
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
Here we see that it's not.
and you can see the perfect fit of the box,
Oh, yeah.
of the lid,
Yeah.
It's unreal.
and how glossy.
Yeah, you
this
can
is
actually,
like
if I do this, you
it's
can
polished like
yeah.
glass.
Yeah, it's not perfect. The inside aren't perfect for the both, but it's pretty damn good.
Okay, so here you see there's a cartouche there, but there's no inscription in it.
Yeah, I actually.
So what the priests were doing is that they were going to sell these as coffins to wealthy people,
Of course.
but nobody decided to buy this one, so the cartouche was never put on it.
As in they put them in here, or they try and move it to where they wanted it?
Oh no, they would be buried in the box.
That's crazy.
But yeah, this is one of the finest examples of very advanced technology that would be very tough to do today.
Ryan, did you see the rectangle up there?
Where?
On the case. Look at the right.
Oh yeah, that's just tape.
Oh, that's tape. That's tape.
Oh yeah, there was a sticker there at one time. Well, again, look how crude the lines are. They're, not exactly straight lines. Very, very shallow, very rough, and a different color or different patina compared to the surface.
Oh, this is.
So, not done at the same time as the box itself.
I could have done it.
Important to put it on.
And put it in the back.
Yeah. What about those dents? Why is it so dented?
Well, the interesting thing is the dents are polished just like the flat surface.
Yeah.
So it could be that the dents were actually a way of fine tuning the box for the sound, internal sound.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, if you have
It's as if it's
The
liquid.
line of this one too.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's as if it was liquid and it just went with it.
Yeah. But the space that it's in is so crudely
Yeah.
shaken. So why, if you really the effort to make such
I
vast,
get what you mean. Yeah.
why
Yeah,
not spend the extra time to make it
That's a very good question.
Well,
unless it maybe was more about.
I think it's about use.
process.
Yeah, it's about use.
So still in the Serapeum at Saqqara in Egypt, we just looked at all of the large boxes located in their niches or niches. And now we're going to work our way back out again. Good? So no tipping him? Oh, you did? Oh, okay. And now we're going down a side tunnel here. And people remark as to why are the walls so crude when the boxes are so refined. I can't answer that question, but it's interesting they built this glass cover on top of the original surface here, and you can see the surface of the floor is not exactly smooth, making it even more complicated as how to maneuver the boxes over a pretty rough surface. Now we're in the second tunnel. As we walk down this way, we're going to see once again evidence that the Serapeum was never completed, because we're walking up to a box which is one of the largest ones again, probably around 100 tons of box and lid. We're going to see that this one never made it to the niche it was supposed to be put in. And the surface is a little bit rough. So they were roughed outside of here, brought into the tunnel. The box was moved to its niche. The lid came afterward, and then the lid was put on top, and then had to be taken off in order to do the fine finishing work. You can see it's sort of on the rough side right now. It is hollowed. It's been hollowed out. And here is the lid. This is the lid for this one. Even from here you can see that it has been hollowed out. So how would you take the lid off, polish the top of the box as well as the bottom of the lid, and be able to pick up a 30-ton lid and put it back on?
It's already the second time. The gold didn't sing last time. Absolutely.
today what we're going to be looking at are megalithic structures in different parts of the world that I have been to. And I think that's important because some people do YouTube videos of places they've actually never been. And you don't really learn that much from pictures as compared to being on location. So what we're going to be looking at is ancient structures that show cataclysmic damage, not damage from an army coming in or something like that, but natural forces that destroy these sites. And the timeline we're looking at for these cataclysms is 12,000 years ago, which is the end of the last ice age. So, does anyone know where this is? Machu Picchu, that's right. I've been to Machu Picchu 69 times, and I'm always looking at the stonework. So what you can see here is you see that line, and notice the work on top is quite crude, and the work below is polygonal interlocking blocks. So some people would say, well, the Inca made a very strong foundation, and then they didn't need to make it so good on top, but that's not the case. The Inca found, the Inca found Machu Picchu, decided that it was a holy site, and then they built their city around it. And this is the obvious evidence of that, because you see massive megalithic blocks on the bottom, pulled apart from east to west by a huge earthquake, and this is what the Inca found, and then they built on top. So you notice the difference in construction? It'll get more and more obvious as time goes on. And also Machu Picchu means the ancient mountain or the ancient place. So they wouldn't be describing that if they had built the whole thing. They found it and then they built there. Now there are flood myths from 200 to 400 indigenous cultures that talk about the time when their world was destroyed. It could have been an island or a larger landmass. And what this coincides with is events that happened during the Younger Dryas between 12,800 and 11,700 years ago. Of course, Graham Hancock goes into this, Randall Carlson goes into this, and it was a major series of cataclysmic events that happened that destroyed most of humanity. And it was a force that came from outside of our solar system. There are different theories. Some people say it's a comet, some people say different things, but we're going to go through all of the theories related to that. So Plato, of course, with Atlantis. The timeline for the destruction of Atlantis is around 11,700 years ago. So he was describing actual events. Most academics will tell you he made up the story, but Solon, who was his teacher, learned it from the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians' record of time goes way, way, way back, long before dynastic Egypt. And so he described a city, not necessarily a continent, but the city of Atlantis, which was concentric rings like this. And what's great about modern travel and modern research and the internet is that some people believe Atlantis has been found. It's a series of concentric rings like that, and it's located over here in Mauritania. So you can see from here, it's called the Richat structure. And you can see that the land to the west of it looks like it's sloughed off and has gone into the ocean. So it's possible that this is Atlantis that has been found. Not the continent, the city. And this is what it looks like. Plato describes it as having mountains to the north and then the ocean to the west. And there are unknown structures or unresearched structures that are located in this area. I know two people who have recently been there, and you know, who knows, maybe Atlantis has actually physically been found. So I believe what happened around 12,000 years ago is that our planet was hit by a series of cataclysms. And how can we explain properly the reason why our planet is tilted 23.5 degrees? It doesn't sound like that's a natural thing. It should be vertical. And quite possibly, what happened was this impact, where the red dot is, in Greenland. And that was only discovered a few months ago. You can see right up there where it says the Hiawatha Crater. And that was a meteorite that struck Greenland, and it had the force of something like 1 million times that of the Hiroshima bomb. So that wouldn't simply have affected the local area. It could have shifted the tilt of the planet, and then the planet restabilized at 23.5 degrees. And that's where it's located. As it says, as big as a city. And it left a crater 31 kilometers across. Also, what happened to all the megafauna of North America? At that time, about 12,000 years ago, the megafauna suddenly go extinct. And some people blame the Native Americans, but there were millions of these animals. So the theory is, and the same thing with the woolly mammoths that were found flash frozen in Siberia. One day they're wandering around chewing on buttercups, and the next moment they're flash frozen. And so I think what happened was the planet shifted very rapidly, and that changed their entire climate. They went from being in a temperate climate to Arctic, and they would have died immediately. And also ancient civilizations that suddenly disappear around that time period, including the Clovis people. So one theory was by Allen and Dallaire, and they believed that a giant comet broke up and struck the Earth in different places, causing almost total devastation. And the date, 9500 BC, or 11,500 years ago. I'm just going to use the ballpark figure of 12,000 years. And then also Barbara Hand Clow. She came up with a concept called catastrophobia, and she believes what happened was that the survivors of this massive cataclysm hid in caves in order to protect themselves from another impact coming, and that would be what we call the caveman period. And it took 6,000 years before they were able to come back out again, and that's when we have the rise of Egypt and Samaria and what they call the first major civilizations, but it wasn't. It was a renaissance. Those that survived rebuilt, and they had lost most of the information from the past. So she calls the concept catastrophobia. And then Dr. Paul Laviolette, who is an American physicist, he actually believes that the core of our galaxy, which is a black hole, but it's not a black hole that constantly absorbs energy. Every once in a while, it has a burp, and it actually emits energy. That would go across the galactic plane and wreak havoc. So that's his theory, the same time period, 12,000 years ago. And Robert Schoch, his theory is pretty close to that. He believes in solar outbursts from the sun that came out and scorched the atmosphere and caused the rapid melting of the ice sheets. That was the end of the last ice age. And it didn't occur over thousands of years. He believes it could have been as short as a year, that the waters of the oceans rose by about 400 feet to their present level. That would have submersed ancient civilizations living on any coast. And that again would be the destruction of Atlantis. It wasn't that Atlantis sank, it's that the water rose and the survivors would have to leave and find somewhere else to live. So I absorbed all of those theories together to come up with this presentation. So according to Robert Schoch as well, the places where this plasma would have struck would have flash blasted any life form that was there. So the people, the plants, the animals would have been vaporized, and these places would not have been habitable for thousands of years, until thousands of years afterwards. And we're not left, we don't have the ancient people left behind because they all got destroyed, but what we do have are these amazing megalithic sites around the world that standard archaeology can't explain, even though they very much try to. So this example here is in Cusco, Peru. It's called the Coricancha, and you can see that you can't fit a human hair in the joints, and that wall is 1 meter thick. So it perfectly tight fitting from the front to the back. Now the Inca were a Bronze Age culture, and this is basalt stone, so they could not have built this. Obviously they found it. And here too, this is a site called Rachi, outside of Cusco, and you see two forms of construction. You have adobe on top, and then you have megalithic polygonal basalt below. Which is that. So it's quite clear that the Inca found this and then built on top of it. And another location called the Sun Gate. Once again, you see these massive blocks that fit together perfectly, and then relative rubble on top. So this is the Inca work on top of the megalithic. And an even more obvious example. This again is the Coricancha. So what we're looking at, this is the original construction here, perfectly tight fitting. Then the Inca show up and they put some of these stones back together, but they can't get them to interlock. And then they run out of material, so then they build on top of it. And then the Spanish colonial is actually on top of that. And that's what I discovered the first time I went to Cusco, because I've been a builder most of my life. And you see this megalithic stuff and you go, how would we do that? Let alone a Bronze Age culture doing it. And my guide kept saying, no, the Inca did it. It's like, no. And then here we have the first map of Cusco. This was done probably in the 1540s. And you see the thick walls, and then you see the thin walls. The thick walls are the megalithic ones that the Inca found, and the thin walls are the Inca repair work. Because Cusco means the center of the world. And so I think that's a description that the Inca found the center of the world. They didn't construct it. And the polygonal work. Every stone a different shape and size, interlocking perfectly. Now that would be incredibly difficult for us to do today. So it's clear that the Inca didn't do this work as well. And then you see the protruding knobs, which are very much a mystery. And here we see the Inca repair work. You see, they tried to put some of the stones back into place, and then they had to use some filler here, And then they ran out of material, so they used other stone in order to reconstruct the site. Is this becoming quite obvious? Good, because archaeologists will fight and fight and fight and say, no, the Inca did everything. It's like, no. But this is what Inca work is. You see, it's very much precision in the front, but there's a gap in the back. That's not that difficult to do. So they wanted their work to harmonize with what they found. And this is Sacsayhuaman. Some of the stones at Sacsayhuaman weigh 125 tons. And they still interlock perfectly. Any gaps are the result of ancient cataclysmic damage. And whoever these ancient builders were, they were also playful. Because you see here, that's the shape of a puma's paw that they integrated into the shape as they were constructing it. And then you see this really rough work, that's Inca repair work. And this is one of the last Inca palaces that was built, and it's made of adobe, mud, and rough stone. So if the Inca had the capability of doing the polygonal work, the royal Inca would have had a palace made of that. So it's not simply shades of gray, it's night and day, the difference in construction style. And now we are at Ollantaytambo, and that is an Inca construction. Once again, you see it's rough stone and adobe mud. And in the same location, we have this. This is also at Ollantaytambo. Those stones are incredibly, some of them weigh 65 plus tons, and the quarry is on top of that mountain. So they had to take the stone down the mountain, across the valley, and up here. Not that simple a feat. So obviously the Inca found this structure, and then they did their construction on the sides. And this makes it obvious. Also, no reconstruction was done after the arrival of the Spanish conquistadors, because any sacred site like this, the Inca were forced to abandon it. So this is like a time capsule we're looking at. And Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu means the ancient mountain. So I think that's what the Inca called it when they found it. Because this, there's a lot of construction on top of this one. This is Huayna Picchu, which means the young mountain. So I think the Inca were distinguishing the difference between what they found and what they built. And then here, you see relatively rough construction on the left-hand side and perfectly interlocking work here, with the top two rows being kind of rough, because that's an Inca reconstruction. And here again, huge stones on the bottom and rough ones on top. Now the Inca abandoned this site as soon as the Spanish arrived, and so it's like a time capsule we're looking at. And here, you see this, you see the damage here. So this wall on the right has sunk down into the ground by more than a foot. And I was there with a geologist, and she said that would be a huge earthquake pre-Inca. And then this giant stone, you see it's snapped in half. It's a huge cataclysmic event. And then we are at Tiwanaku and Pumapunku in Bolivia. You see these massive stones here, and then the relative rubble built on top of it. So this is the original. And then this is the construction done by the Tiwanaku culture. They found a megalithic site and they rebuilt. And this is the quarry where there are two types of stone at Pumapunku. There's a gray andesite and then a red sandstone. This is where the gray andesite came from, and it's about 70 kilometers away from the location. This shows you this is the gray andesite. Those are the famous H blocks. And then this massive thing is the red sandstone. And there are 7 of these H blocks, and contrary to what you've been told, excuse me, each one is a different size. So they weren't produced in a mold. Each one was handcrafted. So the theories of, well, it was a wall or a launching pad or something, that doesn't make sense at all. And the excavation that was done at Pumapunku, they only went down 2 feet. And then when I asked the archaeologists, well, why don't you dig deeper? They simply would say, because there's nothing there. But my friend Antonio Portugal took ground-penetrating radar, and they found that there are some massive chambers underneath this location. But the problem is that the government of Bolivia believes the Tiwanaku culture built all of this because they were their ancestors. And so excavations here will probably never continue because it would be culturally harmful. But we see obvious evidence of an ancient cataclysm happening in this location. A giant wall of mud came from Lake Titicaca and covered and buried Pumapunku and Tiwanaku until the Tiwanaku culture rediscovered it about 2,000 years ago. And that's the precision of these stone blocks. Technically almost perfect. The Tiwanaku culture were a Bronze Age civilization. They could not have done this. These H blocks are almost laser perfect. And here you see the incredible precision. It's such an anomalous, bizarre place. I've been there, I think, 60 times, going back in a couple of weeks. It's one of the most amazing ancient places on the planet. And the gray andesite stone is very magnetic, whereas the red sandstone isn't. And if you take a compass and actually push it into one of the slots, it'll rotate by 270 degrees. And then when you pull it back, it goes back to its original position. So that's something I'm researching or working on right now. And the famous Sun Gate. It weighs about 10 tons. And again, the quarry is around 60 kilometers away. And you see this fracture in it. So some cataclysmic force came and broke it in half. Then the Tiwanaku people show up. They raise it back up again. And then they carve the detail stuff, because the earlier work, and that's what's true of almost all megalithic work, is that there's no art involved. It's form and function. That's why the interior of the Great Pyramid doesn't have any hieroglyphs, because it was built to perform a function, not as a funeral place for the dynastic Egyptians, until later. That shows you what the Sun Gate looked like in the 16th century. And, excuse me, academics still believe that these are the tools responsible for doing all of this work. Bronze chisels. And that includes all of the work in Egypt as well. It's all bronze chisels. And Christopher Dunn, who some of you may have heard of, who's a very brilliant engineer, he used to go on TV shows with a bronze chisel and a piece of granite. And he would make one strike, and the bronze chisel would bend. And the answer the Egyptologists had to that was, well, they had 100 workers lined up on a table, and then with every strike of the bronze chisel, they would resharpen it. So it's like, I don't think so. Okay, so now we are in Egypt. So what you're looking at here on the right-hand side, that is a dynastic sarcophagus. But the one on the left-hand side was originally made out of one piece of stone. And this they call pre-dynastic. So here you have incredible precision construction and not so much there. So the great thing is that because our history is being rewritten, now when you go to Egypt, they will start talking about the pre-dynastic builders, much to the chagrin of the Egyptologists. So more and more of the people who work in Egypt are admitting that there was a civilization very advanced that existed before the dynastic Egyptians, and then when the dynastic Egyptians showed up, they inherited the structures, including Giza. So this is, I mean, this is great too. This is a box, you know, some would say a sarcophagus, but it's a giant box that is in the Cairo Museum. And here you can see that's where a saw was cutting the lid off of the box, and the saw went out of control and broke the lid. And then when you look at the actual saw marks, you can see that it was two parallel saws, one running on top of the other, and penetrating the stone by about 2 millimeters per revolution, which is beyond diamond technology. And that shows you the saw marks there. And they have this box in one of the corners of the museum without any lighting, because it's in plain sight, but most people simply walk right past it because no one's pointing it out to you. And then this very strange object called the schist disc. You can see that obviously it's part of a machine because it has a central hole and then these curved flanges. But what the Egyptologists call it is a fancy lotus plate. That's the great thing about going to the Cairo Museum. You see, you look at the object and then you see the description of it. And so this is what it looks like. Obviously, it's part of a machine. The unfortunate thing is they decided to repair it here, like very badly. So it was found destroyed, and then they tried to put it back together. And yeah, this is one of the great descriptions. Porphyry, basalt, diorite, and slate from the Archaic period, which means pre-dynastic. And this is what they looked like. They had to have been turned on lathes with a minimum of diamond tools to do that. So that's a funny slip-up they made. They say, well, this is pre-dynastic. We didn't have technology to do this until the 19th century AD. And here again is another example. You see, obviously it was turned on a lathe. You can't make something like this by hand. And drill holes in granite. It's a hollow core drill. Those were not invented until very late in the 19th century AD. So what are they doing in a sarcophagus box in the Cairo Museum? Is the pattern becoming obvious so far? Good. And then the Great Pyramid. 2,300,000 stones. And recent geological study has found that the limestone that makes up the Great Pyramid is not from the Giza Plateau. It's from Cairo. So that means every one of these multi-ton blocks had to be moved across the Nile. Not that simple a feat. And that's what the actual shape looks like. It's not 4-sided, it's 8-sided. So that makes it much more complicated. And then this shows you that some of the casing stone is still in place. And it's called Tura limestone. And the casing stone that's still there, they fit together so perfectly you can't fit a piece of paper in the joinery. And also the Great Pyramid does not sit on the Giza Plateau, it's locked into the Giza Plateau. And there are a series of shafts and tunnels on the Giza Plateau that are not accessible to the general public. But what we know is that there's a whole series of tunnels that go underneath the Giza Plateau. And that most of the pre-dynastic megalithic work is underground. But the doors are locked, so you're not allowed to access it. However, the new head of the Supreme Council of Antiquities finally had the bright idea that if you charge tourists a lot of money, they start to unlock these doors. So you can see, like all of these shafts and tunnels, this is an area where you're not supposed to go, but that's where money comes in very handy. It's easy to bribe some of the guards at Giza and other locations in Egypt to let you go and see some of the underground stuff. Like this. There are 2 full-grown men and this shaft that goes down. It's partially filled with sand, but we're dating Giza at more than 12,000 years ago. And saw marks. This is in basalt stone, which is very hard, so you need diamond-level technology to be able to cut it. And luckily, these examples are on one side of the Great Pyramid that you can actually go and look at. And the great thing is that it used to be so restricted in Egypt in terms of what you're able to look at, but now everything's starting to open up, which is great. And then, of course, the interior. This is the interior of the Great Pyramid. And the obelisk. Now, the obelisks are made out of granite, and you can't shape granite with bronze tools. So what it means is that the dynastic Egyptians found the obelisks in place, and they carved hieroglyphics into them in a very crude manner. And the theory that we're working on now is that the Great Pyramids were energy-producing systems. They produced energy, and they transmitted the energy to the obelisk. So it's almost like an ancient Wi-Fi system. And the Sphinx. One of the most amazing things about the Sphinx is that whoever built it, they didn't shape it by chipping away with axes or adzes or whatever. They cut huge blocks out in order to achieve the shape, and then those blocks were put in front to create the Sphinx temple. So one was cut and moved, the next one was cut and moved, because you can see the weathering pattern on some of them match a pattern. And you can see that the erosion on the Sphinx's body is much, much more than the head. So obviously the head was recarved during dynastic times. One of the pharaohs decided that he, was going to adopt the Sphinx, and he decided to put his portrait or his mother's portrait on as the face. And this is the work of Dr. Robert Schoch. The vertical erosion you see is water. The horizontal is wind and sand. So when you look at a climate model, that tells us that the water erosion is at least 12,000 years old. And the dynastic Egyptians arrived in the area 5,000 years ago. So this is pre-dynastic. And also, you see, of course, there's been a lot of reconstruction. The reconstruction of the Sphinx probably began during the time of Khufu. Most Egyptologists will say that Khufu built it, but it's more likely that he started to repair it. And some more interesting little secrets here. You see this wooden walkway going down, and then there's a stone staircase. So I was there a couple of years ago, and I noticed this platform here looks like it can come out. And so I asked our guide, Mohammed, what's up with that? And he said, that's the access to the underground tunnel and shaft system underneath the Sphinx. And that is on the backside. And fortunately that day, that grate had fallen out. And so when you pull that wooden frame away, there's a ladder inside that goes down into the Sphinx. And if you look up Mark Lehner, who's an Egyptologist, the reason why they found this is that they were doing repair work to the Sphinx. It's still being fixed in modern times. And so they pulled out a stone and they noticed that the Sphinx is hollow. So they immediately took a giant tent and put it around the opening so nobody could see it. And he spent the next 3 weeks exploring the inside of the Sphinx. And then when he came out, he said, I didn't find anything. But that's where Zahi Hawass is quite funny, because if you look on the internet, you can see pictures of him with his head sticking out of that hole. And that's just another close-up. So right now there's a metal ladder inside that takes you down. And here we have the bent pyramid. Now the standard story about this is that the builders were building it at a specific angle, and by the time they'd gone halfway up, they realized they had made a mistake with the angle, and so had to change it. It would take 5 seconds to make a drawing in the sand as to what angle you're supposed to be working at. So again, a great thing about having local contacts in Egypt is that they talk about a pharaoh called Sneferu, who was the builder. But in fact, Sneferu means double harmony. So I think that's the name of the pyramid, because it has 2 angles and therefore 2 different vibrations when it was functioning. And then the red pyramid, all the casing stone is missing, and it's all broken up into little pieces. So the standard story is that at the end of the dynastic civilization, people started to take the casing stone off and take it to Cairo to build the city. But this is all rubble. So I think that these were energetic structures that overloaded 12,000 years ago and blew the casing stone off. And the interior of it, if you've never been in the Great Pyramid, or there actually are 9 ancient pyramids, and of profound construction level. Those are pre-dynastic. The Egyptian dynastic people attempted to build pyramids, and the great experiment is the step pyramid at Saqqara, where they built it in different levels. But standard Egyptology will tell you that that was the first attempt, and the perfection was the Giza Plateau, but it's completely backwards. Then we have the Serapeum at Saqqara. This is a series of 2 underground tunnels in which there are 25 niches, and there are 23 giant boxes in the niches, but this is one that actually never made it there, and the lid is actually back off this way. So it appears to me it's pretty obvious that there was a giant cataclysmic event that stopped the construction of the Serapeum. And you see the size of them. Each one weighs 100 tons. The lid is 30 tons. The box is 70 tons. And again, the standard story is that they were built to house very special Apis bulls, but no bull parts have ever been found in them. And in fact, of the 23 that are intact, when they were discovered in the late 19th century, all of the lids had been moved open except one. So the archaeologist at the time took gunpowder and blew the side off to see what was inside. And there was nothing inside. So this shows you the level of precision. A polished surface. The lid would hermetically seal the box. So what was the function? And these came from, the stone is from Aswan, which is in the southernmost point of Egypt. So they had to be cut from the quarry, moved several hundred miles. And the interesting thing about this one is that it's unfinished. So that further complicates it. So that shows us that they were roughed, they were roughed out, and then they were brought into these tunnels that show no soot marks on the ceiling. It's pitch black. Then they had to maneuver the box into its niche and lower it down, and then take the lid and finish it inside and get the 30-ton lid put on top of the box with a perfectly precision fit. You know, that is lost ancient high technology. That's not a bunch of slaves. And if you look at the hieroglyphics, they're incredibly rough. You see the difference between the hieroglyphics and the surface. So standard archaeology will tell you that it was all done by the same workers, but it's obvious that the boxes were found by the dynastic people and they carved the hieroglyphics into the surface. And this is the interior. Again, the intriguing thing that we're just starting to work on is figuring out why certain types of very hard stone was used and brought from a great distance. And this box responds only to one tone, and that's ohm. If you ohm inside the box vibrates. So that starts to give you an indication of the function. It was a vibratory instrument of some kind, later maybe used as a tomb by the pharaohs. And this is possibly the oldest calendar or zodiac in the world, located at Dendera. And experts in astrology can decode this, and they believe that it dates from about 11,700 years ago, and it's depicting the end of the cataclysmic period. That's a copy. The original is in Paris. Thank you, Napoleon. And of course, these things, you know, what looks like a helicopter, looks like a tank, and looks like a submarine or a plane or something like that. They look like that. I've been there 7 times, and every time I look, I go, yeah, that's what they look like. But supposedly what they actually are is that succeeding pharaohs, some of them were so jealous of their ancestors that they would simply go to where their ancestor had carved hieroglyphics and carve deeper into it to obliterate the ancestor. And especially Ramses II. His name is all over the place. So it's believed that actually it's a very complex series of different layers of hieroglyphics, but they still look like a helicopter and, thing to me. Then we have the Osirion. And I'm not in there because I necessarily like to have my picture taken all the time. I'm there for a sense of scale. But we've only been allowed inside once. And you can see the size of those stone blocks. Once again, it's Aswan granite, so it was moved hundreds of miles from southern Egypt. And then the walls in the back are actually quartzite from Cairo. And the whole structure is underground. That's how it was discovered. They actually broke through the roof, and then they went down and found it. And another fascinating term that Egyptologists like to use is symbolic tomb. If they can't figure out what it actually is, it has to not simply be a tomb, but a symbolic tomb. Then we have core drills. You can see the size of my hand there. So that's a core drill about that big. And technology like that was only invented, as I said, in the late 1800s AD. But you find them all over different locations in Egypt. And so some people will insist that they're modern, but the penetration rate of the drill is 500 times more efficient than a present-day, diamond drill. So that's obviously lost ancient high technology. Sorry? Because of the... Well, because I got to go to Egypt with Christopher Dunn, who's a master machinist, and he can measure the feed rate, which is the penetration rate of the bit. And he said it's 500 times more efficient than what we have now, because it's penetrating at about 2 millimeters per revolution, which is way beyond diamond level technology. And here's another interesting piece of stone. You can see that it's cracking and falling apart. And I was there with geologist Susan Moore, and she stated that this had to have been hit by an incredibly high burst of heat, and that relates to the idea of the solar plasma strikes, that the high heat hit the stone and caused it to expand. And this also is in an area that used to be open to the public, but now is closed to the public because I've made it famous. And this shows you the grain structure. You see, on the outside, it's very fine, and on the inside, crystals have expanded. So that's heat expansion. And here too, this, this is at Karnak. And you see the surface is here. The surface is sloughing off. That's not simply from wind and sand. That's from a blast of heat, probably a solar plasma strike that hit. And here again, this is the central access at, or the central avenue at Karnak. And when you take a compass, everything should be north, south, east, and west. And this avenue is off by 23 degrees. So that's telling me that it was constructed when the planet was vertical. So I think that happened about 12,000 years ago. And then these things, these giant statues made of granite at Luxor, they're all, everyone states that these were made by Ramses II. Because here's his cartouche. But if you notice, the cartouche goes over a dagger. So that tells me that this was done during the time of Ramses, but the statues themselves are much, much older. And every one of them that they found buried underground. And I think, again, that's the result of a giant cataclysmic event that happened. And this is the work of Christopher Dunn. So you can see the precision is incredible. And during Ramses' time period, the hardest tool material they had was bronze, as in bronze chisels. and you can't shape bronze, or you can't shape granite with bronze. So these, I believe, very much are pre-dynastic. Then the Colossi of Memnon. The figure itself is 720 tons, and that's one piece of stone. And then the base is about 300 tons, and the quarry for the quartzite is 400 miles away in Cairo. So again, I believe this is a pre-dynastic construction, and the damage to the surface here, I had Susan Moore with me, and she believes that's heat damage because the figures are facing east. So sunrise comes up, solar plasma strikes the front of the statue, vaporizes all of the vegetation and other life forms there, and then 5,000 years ago, the dynastic Egyptians show up and they adopt all of this. And this is another giant statue. Kurt's there for scale, but it was originally one piece of stone and granite and weighed more than 1,000 tons. That's one piece of stone. How would you transport that during dynastic times? It's shattered into pieces, and the back side of it is completely scorched. So that again is an example of the plasma from the sun striking the object and making it explode about 12,000 years ago. And then the Valley of the Queens and Valley of the Kings. There's no way that those tunnels in the Valley of the Queens and Valley of the Kings were made during dynastic times, because the scale is just enormous. You're allowed to go into a couple of them, and they're 300 feet long in the bedrock. So I think the dynastic people inherited these and then made them tombs. And here too, this is in the area of the Valley of the Queens and Valley of the Kings. We got to walk around in a tunnel underground for half an hour. And then when we came out, we asked the guard who let us in how far it goes. And he said the Valley of the Queens and Valley of the Kings are one entity. They connect. So that's a huge tunnel system that was built, not built by the dynastic people, but pragmatically used by them as tombs. Sorry? At least a couple of miles. Yeah. But again, that's the whole thing. One common thing is they say a lot of ancient Egypt is still underground, but most Egyptologists will say under the sand. But it's not. It's constructions underground. And that's why they limit access to it, because it blows the whole theory that the dynastic people built everything. What's that? Well, they were a Bronze Age culture. Steel wasn't invented until about, I think, 700 BC. Yeah. No, it's probably I don't. Well, this is the case that I'm presenting before you. Now, this is at Elephantine Island. You see this giant piece of granite. I have no idea what it was. It was never finished, but I have no idea what it was supposed to be. But again, you can't do this work with bronze tools. And then the unfinished obelisk at Aswan that weighs about 1,100 tons, and it was never finished. Work suddenly stopped. And I think the work suddenly stopped during the period of the cataclysms about 12,000 years ago. We're going to see that site after site after site. Places that were active, lost ancient high technology being employed to do the work, and then suddenly work stops. And this is inside one of the pits at the unfinished obelisk. And what's kind of intriguing is this line here. That's a giant crack. So they had been able to make the horizontal dimension of the width, but as they were cutting down into the granite to match that distance, they came upon this giant crack and simply abandoned the project. And these amazing scoop marks you see here, this is again an example of lost ancient high technology being employed. We don't know what kind of machine it was, but it's clearly not the stone hammers that they have lying all over the ground for you to pick up and pound away at the block, because the stone hammers are made out of basically a stone which is the same hardness as the granite itself. So how efficient is that going to be at cutting stone? But they do that to, you know, as a way to try to explain how this works. But a number of my videos shows us, members of our tour groups taking one of the stone hammers and pounding away at it. And as the dust is coming off the stone they're trying to shape, the hammer's falling apart. Then we're at a site called Tanis, which is in the Nile Delta. And in order to get there, you have to drive about 2.5 hours through the Nile Delta, which is all beautiful farming and intense agriculture. Then you get to this hill, which has, I think, 5 plants growing on it. It's devoid of life. And also the surface is like walking on the moon, because it's like flour that comes up. So I think this is another example of where there was a plasma heat strike in this location and just blew the whole thing to pieces. Because also it's about at least 1,000 kilometers from the Aswan quarry, and we find tons of giant granite blocks, but they're all broken. And this is going to be controversial, but you see this has some very crude hieroglyphics in it, or on it. Then you have these massive deep ones, like that. And if you put your finger in and move around the contours, it's like a router was put in to shape it. And again, most likely the dynastic Egyptians had, at very best, meteorite iron. And so meteorite iron is not too efficient at being able to cut into granite like that. Actually, I'd prefer if you leave questions till the end. And here you see this discoloration. That's heat scorching of this statue. And part of the arms are gone and the torso. Every stone there shows heat damage, and there's nothing intact there. And this is a dynastic reconstruction of some of the stone blocks that they found. Some with hieroglyphics on them. And this is quartzite. Now the light color is what natural quartzite is, and the discoloration is from at least 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit scorching. So again, that goes towards the idea of heat scorching from plasma strikes. And this foot, according, I can't remember which archaeologist it was that was working on this site in the 19th century, but this foot was part of a giant statue, and the parts of it are lying all over the place. And he estimated that it was originally 150 feet tall, made of one piece of stone. Again, that's not something that copper or bronze chisels can achieve. And this is my wife with the lid of a giant box, also at Tanis, and you can see the surface is basically sloughing off. That's not the result of wind and sand. That's heat scorching. And then this is a quartzite statue, and you can see the toes are melted because quartzite is mainly it's a silica glass. So if you strike it with very high heat, it melts. Whereas with granite, because granite is made up of different types of minerals, it basically explodes if you hit it with high heat, or the surface will start sloughing off in an uneven pattern. And this statue as well, it's quartzite, and the lighter color is the natural color, but the rest of it is all heat damage. There were also 12 or 13 giant obelisks found, all broken to pieces, and somehow, originally they were one piece of stone, and they were moved almost 1,000 kilometers from the quarry. And this is another example of the heat scorching. You see the light color is what quartzite normally looks like, and then the discoloration is from heat damage. And now we have the Osiris shaft. That's the second pyramid in the background. No, actually, that's the Great Pyramid in the background. And this is the causeway. Actually, this is the causeway going up to the second pyramid. And so the Osiris shaft is one of those things that was never open to the public. And there's a reason for that. But the new head of the Supreme Council of Antiquities decided that they could make a lot of money if they opened up these places which had been forbidden before. So before him was a guy called Zahi Hawass, and the new guy whose name I can't remember, but he's very forward-looking that way. You can rent the Osiris shaft. It costs $2,500 for 2 hours. So it's not open to the general public, but you can rent it. And by doing that, he's opened up Pandora's box. Yeah, it was opened up, I think, about two years ago. So the entrance you can see is sideways under the causeway that goes to the second pyramid. And then this is going actually inside into the bedrock. And that's looking up at the grate. That was the only view we used to have, is looking down the grate into it. And then that's looking down into level 1. So level 1, you take a ladder and you go down 30 feet into the bedrock, which is limestone. That's my wife coming down the ladder. And then this is the first room. It's about 15 feet wide and 35 feet long. And this is level 2, which goes down 100 feet. And in level 2, there are 6 niches containing 2 boxes. And again, you see the cataclysmic damage to this box. It literally looks like it exploded from the inside. So it wasn't originally a tomb, it was some kind of energetic device that overloaded. And then this is the other box with the lid ajar, and it's coated with this strange goo-like material. And luckily, I was able to get a sample of that, and it's being analyzed right now as to whether it's organic or inorganic or whatever. And the stone is called dacite, and dacite does not exist in Egypt. So it was brought from somewhere else. And that shows you the interior of it. And that's level 3. So you go down 30 feet, 100 feet, and then 60 feet. And there's a pool of water in the bottom. And that's Yusuf Awiyan. He's standing on top of a box that weighs something like 60 tons with the lid still on. And next time we go, we're going to try to see if we can get to the side area, because there's actually a tunnel off to the right-hand side here that may actually connect with the system under the Sphinx. So it could be a whole honeycomb network that's underneath the Giza Plateau. Okay, now we're in Lebanon. And this is Mount Hermon, which is very famous in the Bible for where the Watchers came down. And this is the quarry at Baalbek, which is open to the general public. And this is a stone that is still in the quarry. That's Yusuf for sense of scale. And it weighs approximately 1,000 tons and was successfully cut from the bedrock, but was never transported anywhere. And that's a more updated one that's Patricia Lehman over here. So for sense of scale. And this is the bigger one. This is the one they call the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. And when we went last time, which was about a month ago, we found out that it was actually a very bad translation from the French. It's actually supposed to be, the original name is the Foundation Stone, rather than the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. But it's 1,200 tons, and this was taken, I think, 3 years ago. There's Stephen Mailer and me for scale. And that shows you, again, just the sense of scale of it. And recently we went back, about a month ago, and they fully excavated the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. And there's another one here on the left-hand side, which has been fully excavated now. So again, this just simply shows you the sense of scale. That's Susan Moore right there. And then this is the one that they've uncovered, at least the corner. And this is 1,600 tons. And once again, just for a sense of scale, you can also see that construction was never completed. It was never completely cut from the bedrock. So I think this is another example of when the cataclysmic event happened and work suddenly stopped. And these are called the Trilithon. This is at Baalbek itself, which is about a mile away. And each one of these weighs 1,000 tons. Now, there are 3 different time periods of construction at Baalbek. During the Middle Ages, they converted this into a fort because they didn't want the Crusaders to enter and conquer them. Then before that, you have the Roman time period. And then before that, you have the megalithic time period. And once again, at the Baalbek site itself, you see construction was underway, and then suddenly it stopped. This is a whole wall of 800 ton blocks it's off to the side. And the stones fit together so well that once again, you can't fit a piece of paper in the join. 800 tons. Not moved a great distance, but moved a mile. And that gives you more detail. There's Nick up on top of that wall. And this is the Middle Ages reconstruction on a smaller scale. But even when you simply look at the patina of the stone, you can see that's incredibly heavy weathering as compared to up here. So the size and also the discoloration tells you that this is much, much older than that. And this is simply an updated photo of our recent trip there. And then on the inside of Baalbek, here's some people for a sense of scale. And these are also 800-ton blocks with the more or less Middle Ages reconstruction on top. And these, I don't know. They say this is Roman construction, and maybe, but it's also possible that this is much, much older, and what the Romans did is simply the fancy carving on the surfaces, because that's another interesting feature about megalithic work, is that almost always you never find artwork on the surface, and you don't find detail work. It's just form and function. And this is my wife for a sense of scale. This one here, again, is probably 800 tons. And then the staircase is obviously later. And then this is much rougher Roman, probably Roman construction on top of smaller blocks. And then we have 300 granite columns. And the granite has been identified, the pink granite came from Aswan, which is 1,000 miles away. And the gray granite is from Turkey. And these are so perfect in terms of their contours that they were originally 6 meters or about 20 feet tall. And the only way they could have been made is on a giant lathe, which wasn't invented until obviously much, much later. So this is another anomalous aspect. So you see the almost perfect contours here. And almost all of them are broken. Like this, you can see, but then you see this, the central hole here. That's probably where the centering tool was put in on the giant lathe in order to turn them. And then this is the other end. You have 5 holes. That's where the locking piece would come in to lock it, and then it would rotate. But motors were not in existence even in Roman times, so this, again, is a major anomaly. And there are at least 300 of them in bits and pieces around the Baalbek site. And yeah, this is the Temple of Bacchus. And it's most likely that these are multi-section columns built by the Romans, but then the foundation itself was found by the Romans. And that shows you how tight the joinery is. Almost perfect. Okay, now we're at Petra, which I'm sure most, if not all of you, have heard of. But what you probably don't know is Petra is 7 miles long. Of course, you know the famous scene from Indiana Jones where they show the treasury. That's 3% of Petra. This is what's called the Seek. This is how you get to the treasury, and it's 1 mile long. It's not just like a few hundred feet you go and then it's there. And it has these water channels that are carved into actually both sides into the bedrock. And this stone, according to the geologist, has a hardness of 7 out of 10. So once again, you'd probably need diamond technology in order to be able to cut them. And the standard archaeological story is that people called the Nabateans constructed this around 200 BC. But I don't think so. I think they found it abandoned and then they repaired it, just like the Inca did and like the dynastic Egyptians did. And also, since this was my second time, the first time you ever go anywhere, all you can do is get a general view of what something looks like. But then after that, because I'm focusing on cataclysmic damage and signs of that, then after looking at video that I took the first time, I kept seeing these discolorations in this material. So I went back with Susan Moore, the geologist, and on all of the western faces, you have scorch marks and melting of the stone. So I think this is another candidate for the solar plasma strikes that happened, we believe, and Dr. Robert Schoch believes, happened about 12,000 years ago. And then you have, this is the part you all know of. This is the treasury. But if you look carefully, you'll see discoloration on the right-hand side. And so it's my theory that the Nabateans, who were there, and they were very successful traders, that they became so wealthy eventually that they hired some sculptors to come from Greece and to do the ornamentation on the surfaces of the treasury. And then after that, they probably ran out of money. But it also explains why there are these shallow stairs carved in the right and left-hand sides. That's for the sculptors to be able to climb up and do their work. Because if this was part of the original construction, that's actually quite, that's quite an eyesore to have that. And this is the back wall. Again, you can see it's almost like a scooping machine was cutting away at the bedrock. And another view of the treasury, it has a giant chamber inside, and also there's another level underneath it, which some have stated is a chamber that's 300,000 cubic feet in size. So not the work of hand tools. And it's just chamber, like nobody knows what the function of these was or how they were done. They couldn't have been done using hand tools, obviously, which would have been present in the Nabatean time. So who did this and what were they? And as I said, Petra is 7 miles long, so you just keep walking and it's wall after wall after wall. It's not simply the treasury by itself. It just keeps going. It takes a full day to get to the end and back if you go by foot. And there again. But here, you see really heavy weathering, which is probably much more than the standard time frame. And it's very simple in design. Only the treasury has fine ornamentation. And here again is where somebody cut some steps in to the surface to get up to an aqueduct that was carved into the surface here, and then later repaired by the Nabatean people with clay pipe. And there are just so many of them. Like, there are hundreds of these carvings into the bedrock. So many that they turned 2 into bathrooms. I mean, there are hundreds of these things. And then here, these 3 columns here are one piece of stone and are part of the bedrock itself. And then these are later repairs done, probably during the Nabatean or Roman times, because you see it's multiple sections, whereas this is one piece. And then when we get up close, you see this is the machine that was doing the cutting, basically at almost a 45-degree angle, almost like a rake moving. And Petra is full of tool marks. But there's no gap. It's not like there were 4 tools and then they moved into the slot and doing that. It's just this continuous. And there are 3 levels. There's a roughing tool, a middle tool, and then a finishing tool. And this is another chamber. That's my wife, Irene, there. And so this chamber is approximately 300,000 cubic feet in size. And this is the Roman work. So you can see very you know, very rough. And this is a staircase that finally goes up to the, more or less the end of Petra after about 10 kilometers. The left-hand side, you can see, is carved into the bedrock. And then the right-hand side is a later repair. And this is what you find at the end. The so-called monastery. So you can see it's quite simple in design, and this is probably what the treasury initially looked like until the Nabateans arrived and hired the Greek sculptors to do the finishing work. But again, it's simply the sense of scale. See, there's a person there, and that's how big it is. And again, there are so many of these chambers that goats and people live in some of them. And they're parking their trucks in them too. So Petra's one, actually, usually I do a lot of research before I go to a place so that I'm familiar with what I'm going to be looking at. For some reason with Petra, I didn't bother. And that was great because I was just blown away. When we started walking through the Sikh, I thought it would be like 200 feet. We just kept walking and walking, and I asked the guide, how long is this? And he said, oh, it's about a kilometer and a half. And then he's the one who told me that it's about 12 kilometers long. And then if you walk, or actually if you drive for another half an hour, you get to Little Petra, which is an extension of this. And here a guy has decided to turn one of these chambers into a tea house. And now we're in Jerusalem, which actually I haven't been to yet. But this is underneath the Wailing Wall, or the Western Wall. And you can see the size of the blocks in terms of construction. A series of stones, about 500 tons apiece. So those are pre-Israeli. But we're going to be going next March in order to have a look at that. And this gives you another view of just the sense of scale. See, much, much smaller and rougher work on top of the megalithic stuff. And you also find a lot of megalithic work in Greece, like this, and Italy, very similar to the cart ruts found on Malta. And this is Japan. This is in Kyoto. Easter Island. This is a site called Vinapu. And again, it's as precise a construction as we find in Peru and Bolivian places, whereas all the other work is much, much rougher, done with volcanic stone. So this again shows us that before the Polynesians arrived, somebody was there. And that's what the oral tradition said as well. We were fortunate to be able to talk to one of the elders of Easter Island, who's one of the oral tradition experts. And I said, how far back does human habitation go on Easter Island? And he said, how far back do you want to go? So he said it was a meeting place, it was a transportation hub for thousands of years, connecting the west coast of South America with Polynesia and even India and places like that, because its original name is the land of weeping waters, because there are these giant lava chambers underneath the island that are natural, but it's obviously, if you're a seafaring people, it would be a strategic place to stop in order to refurbish your ship. And of course, it's been recently discovered that all of the 950 of these statues on Easter Island are one piece of stone and full bodies. So they are they are buried. Oops, they are buried up to their necks. And there are two styles. You can see here, this is the part of the excavation being done in the quarry. And this is the first one that was uncovered by Thor Heyerdahl and his crew. So that's where it was buried up to. And so we did have Robert Schock with us when we went to Easter Island, and he's, of course, the expert in terms of stone weathering, he's dated the Sphinx at least 10 to 12,000 years old. And when he looked at these, he said, I have no problem in assuming some of these are 10,000 plus years old, based on weathering patterns, and then the buildup of soil and the sloughing off of the material from the mountainside coming down. And the local Polynesian lady that we visited when we went there the first time, I asked her about this, and she said, no, they would do the rough work, and then they would dig a hole and put the moai into the hole in order to be able to do the finishing work. And then I said, and then how would they get them back out again? It's always the simple, pragmatic questions, that like shock tour guides no matter where you go. And let's see. Okay, now we're in Mexico, and there's not a lot of megalithic stuff in Mexico, but there's a little bit here and there. See, these blocks are quite big, relatively. And this is the standard form of construction that you find in Mexico. It's volcanic ash with rough volcanic stone. But this staircase is absolutely incredible. Super tight fitting stone blocks going all the way up. This is basalt, and people like the Aztecs and the Teotihuacan people basically didn't know metals at all. They didn't know bronze, obviously not steel. Most of their tools were made of obsidian, which is glass. And you can't you can't use obsidian to shape stone. So these stones here are a real anomaly as far as I'm concerned, because there's no mortar in between. They interlock beautifully, and then the workmanship on top is really crude. So clearly, whatever this staircase was predates the work done on top of it. And then you have the Tula warriors. Again, Mr. Van Daniken would say that they're aliens. I asked a local guide who was there, and he said they actually represent warriors of Kukulkan. And they're not impressive in terms of their size. He said this chest plate is a shield, and then the headdress represents the feathered serpent, or Kukulkan, or Quetzalcoatl. And also the so-called ray gun that's in one hand. He said that's actually a very small crossbow that they would use. So it's only about that big. And then, because in the other hand, they're holding on to arrows. So rather than being a laser beam or whatever. Now these are really weird. These are artifacts found in the main museum in Mexico City, and they're from the Olmec area, but this again is obsidian, which is a volcanic glass. And this to me looks like it was turned on a lathe. So I think they're out of place artifacts that were found by the Olmec and other people and then reutilized for another purpose. These, of course, would be great earplugs. And this giant statue of Tlaloc, again, this is probably prior to any civilization we know of. I think Tlaloc is one piece of basalt weighing 100 tons. And then these spools, which are made of obsidian glass. I had, that's the great thing about doing a tour is that you almost always have an engineer who joins you. And so luckily, I can't remember his name right now, but I was looking at these things going, those are perfect. So I asked the engineer to come over, who was a manufacturing engineer. And I said, how do you think those, or do you think those were made by hand? And he said, no, that's impossible. So again, out-of-place artifacts that show up. And that's the side view of what they look like. And they're actually in 2 different museums too. And then again, this, the staircase is kind of megalithic. This is at Chichen Itza. I think it shows signs of cataclysmic damage when we compare it with this staircase, which is kind of crudely made. And again, these giant blocks here, as compared to the really rough work here. And that, of course, is the most famous aspect of Chichen Itza. And the stairs are actually a lot smaller than these ones for some reason. Okay. And this was a surprise. This is a site called Mitla, which is in Oaxaca. And obviously you can see the scale of this column made of basalt. And these header blocks like that, compared to this style of construction. These couldn't have been done by the same culture. This was obviously there first, was inherited, and then they reincorporated it into their the wall that they were making. And that's about 10 tons. I think it's, again, the result of cataclysmic damage and was made by a very advanced civilization long before the supposed native builders were.